Hey everyone, how you doing? Hey Killer, hey Barb. It's a rough morning, but we're gonna do the thing because I always talk about how it's important to be a person and to follow through with your commitments and what you care about. So we're gonna start out the day taking care of our friends. I'm gonna do a shout out for Killer over here. Guys, go check out Killer. He's on the affiliate grind, so let's try to get him all the love we absolutely can. We are back on Oxygen Not Included today. We finished up our playthrough of RimWorld, which is weird. I'm still not used to the idea that that playthrough is over. Barb mentioned something yesterday, I think it was. And it was hard for me to even... It was something about Penny and about how I was like, oh yeah, when we get a mate for Penny, we'll breed more dogs. And I was like, wait, that's never going to happen. That world has transcended reality through the Arco Nexus. So, still getting used to the idea. 27 watch streak. Fantastic. I love it. I love it. So anyway, you know what? I should bring up my notepad, right? Like, we had definite notes on what we were going to do. I still remember them. The fungal spores is a big one. We need to get some food going that's not water related. In theory, very much in theory, we could switch over to pickled meal instead of lice loaf, but that is going to require more dirt. It might be the call we have to make. Let's start the day by checking in on our dupes over here. Of course, Killer. How are you doing today? How goes the Rim world and the Ani for you in your world? All right, let's give Emily improved carry. Franz. Improved carry. Julie. Let's give Julie a hat. And Linus. Linus is pretty well sorted. Suds is pretty well sorted. Shopping. Yeah, sometimes you just got to do the shopping, right? You got to do the adulting, whatever you do. Sweetney, we are waiting for another level so they can do some art for us. Killer is kicking ass and taking names as per usual. Zed does not need much of anything, so we'll let Zed be what they are. Everybody on this playthrough has been named by point redemptions, so I'm not planning on getting any more dupes anytime soon, but you never know. If someone good comes along and we get a few things to going. So we got a lot of things to do. I think we got to start getting ethanol production up. $240 produces... Okay, so we get polluted dirt out of the ethanol distillery. We get ethanol. We put in 1,000 grams a second of lumber. But everything is good, going good, and started a solo vanilla mine. Awesome! A vanilla Minecraft. Oh, fantastic. That I know how to do. This is going to produce polluted dirt, carbon dioxide, ethanol. And come from wood. 240 watts of power. Huh. We have 1,500 units of lumber. Why is this a priority in my world, you guys might be asking? The reason is... we need ethanol to liquid lock down into here. Anything else is going to freeze trying to get in here. So, we need ethanol. Now, how do we want to deal with that? I'm actually thinking maybe just put it over here. Because it's going to add heat. It's going to add CO2. Over here is a place that doesn't have too much of a problem with heat. Could basically use the cold from over here to chill it while we do that. Should we do that? Is that a plan? Yeah, we need to get some. We could always move it, right? So let's say we get down... Say we put the ethanol distillery there. For the time being, let's talk about putting down that there so that we can get stuff into it. We'll snag some pipes. And we'll put a dot builder. I mean, if you really want to drink some ethanol, Zed, I mean, I will definitely come to your funeral, my dude. I'll be sad to see you go, but, you know, I understand the need to do absurd things in life. But yeah, no, we're working on a few things here. Yes, thank you for doing the shout out for me, Killer. Sorry, I'm a little out of sorts today. As the title might suggest, streaming for mental health. I am quite out of sorts this morning. Kind of one of those days where all of life hit me all at once. Pretty much every front just kind of came at me, and I never let that stuff win. I always keep going no matter what. So I appreciate everybody's help, everybody's support. Being a part of this community has gotten me through some of the most difficult times in my life, and will continue to do so for as long as I'm here and you guys are here. I'm not even sure. Not even sure what to say. We're gonna game. We're gonna stream. We're gonna enjoy each other's company. And we're going to do our best to achieve in this very, very difficult situation here. We got a lot on the list today. The ethanol is going to be first up so that we can liquid lock. Then we've got other things. I'd like to start stripping out the map. I'd like to consolidate water. And if we can liquid lock into here and get our dash of salt vines going, it also means that we'll be able to start getting more stuff going. Rolling Stones gather no moss. Is that why they named themselves the Rolling Stones? I never really thought about that. Is that why that's a thing? I remember that saying. I've never been a classic rock fan, but you say that, and I'm like, I bet that's why they named it that. Right? Anyway, how you doing, me? Welcome on into the madness. We are looking pretty nice on temperature here, right? Our hydrogen vent's going to be up for 17 cycles, which is good, because we're getting to the point where that heat could be a little overwhelming if we don't rock and roll. God, okay, I'm just learning things left and right about all that stuff. So anyways, we're doing our best here. And it's coming together all right. We've got some ice melting, we've got some stuff we're mopping up. Calories seem to be stable / positive, so that's good. Why is Killer digging before building? Thank you for the sub, me. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That makes... Or wait. Killer gifted a sub to me. Thank you, Killer. I mean, you know that I do lore in my single-player world, so... and you're already in there with a whole team, so... I'm gonna spit out the cliches every time. You can always just uninsulate the wall right next to the... Yeah. That's what I was thinking about, me. Anyway, even though I'm out of sorts, what I'm gonna say is, monetary support is always appreciated, but never required here on the channel. It means the world to me that you guys support me. Just showing up and being here is more than enough. But, when you guys do stuff like that, too... It puts a smile on my face. On the good news side of things, because, as much as today has been a rough one this morning on a lot of fronts, I did get some good news. That good news is that my surgery is going through on December 4th, right? So I will be going into surgery. I'm waiting for them to give me a call to tell me all of the details about what time, what hospital, all that. So basically everything is good. They were concerned that I might have something called Crohn's disease, and they spoke to my GI, confirmed that he doesn't see any evidence of Crohn's disease, which means I don't have to go on medications to mitigate those problems from that condition before I go into surgery. Long story short, what I understood to be the situation is the situation, and that means that I get to have the surgery that I need. Which is good. Which is good, you know. Thank you, me. Appreciate that. Why are you digging first? Did I change your priorities? Digging and building. So somehow all of that takes priority. Oh, you built the ethanol distillery. Okay. It's probably a proximity-based thing. It's fine. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty happy myself about all that. You know, we got a lot of dirt. You know, I never use mafic rock for anything. I think if it really comes down to it, we might crush mafic rock. Can we do that? No, we can't. Okay. We're alright for now. We've got 39 tons of sand. We're going to be setting a few things up here. I want to set up a submerged electrolyzer. That being said, I'm gonna change this to I'm gonna cancel mop and sweep over here. Don't want that stuff mopped. We will replace the sweep command. I'd like to get all this stuff swept up. Yeah. So I always talk about the fact that mental health is an important thing. Now, again, it's always good to look for the silver linings and everything, right? Years ago, well, a little over a year ago, this would the morning I'm dealing with today would have completely broken me. I probably would have canceled stream and just laid in bed and cried. But I got on meds last November, about just shy of a year ago, if my memory serves properly. And the great thing about that is that with the medication, it's easier to handle stuff. Sad things still make you sad, but they don't drop you into a pit, is kind of the way I think about it. So, that being said, things could be worse, I guess, as cheesy as that sounds. And I have all of you guys here, so that makes it even better. This playthrough is going way better than I could have anticipated, so that's another thing to be grateful for. This game is phenomenal. RimWorld's phenomenal. I've been playing a lot of good games. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Yeah, I already had my 3 cups. It was definitely a day where those 3 cups of coffee went down real quick for me. I'm going to try and cut my hair later. You guys might have noticed I haven't been putting the mohawk up lately. It's because I don't use, like, extreme hair products. I actually use, like, a moisturizing antibiotic cream to put my hair up because it helps with my dry hair and all that stuff, as well as making it look nice without making it hard and crispy. You know, old man tricks and all that. And so, at the moment, the hawk itself is a little too long for that. So I've just been kind of doing the swoop to the side. Second cup of Death Wish. Double Death Wish. Killer's trying to kill himself with coffee. Yeah, so like me was saying, even though some of our heat... Like, we got some yellow coming in, right? But it's not really a big deal because this goes dormant soon, and we got plenty of chill to inject. We could definitely break this down to get a little bit of cold into that. Yeah, I can't think of a better way to go. I mean, let's not go down that morbid route there. Okay, not sure what my playlist is doing. It was kicking ass for a minute there, and now it's got stuff on that's not my cup of jam. So I'm gonna switch over. I'm gonna listen to some Butcher Babies today. Nothing like a little bit of aggressive metal to shake the sads off. You know what I mean? Aw, little pipsqueak. Now that pipsqueak is still in zone. Literally, I think the only natural tiles it has access to are the ones down here, and we put the fungal spore down here. Let's not sweep that. We want that down there because we'd like to get those planted down here in the CO2. I was originally thinking we were going to move our water tank down here. That was kind of the plan. But I think trying to get some dusk caps going is going to be a good plan. So we'll just kind of leave the CO2 skimmer up at this level. And what we'll do is we'll use these levels down here to grow dust caps because they need to be in CO2. Of course, that'll be after we get rid of our, what do you call? Melt our ice down here and get all that sorted into our situation. Actually, I was thinking not to mop that stuff, but actually let's mop it. We're going to be making ethanol, so we could use ethanol and water for our submerged electrolyzer. Because we're going to be making a submerged electrolyzer and an infinite oxygen storage to go along with our infinite hydrogen storage. The idea being that we're going to set up to clean that, which is going to produce us a lot of clay, oxygen, and that oxygen is going to get used to oxygenate the base. And then what we'll do is we'll use our electrolyzer setup and we'll adjust it for pressure, right? What we'll do is we'll put a Atmos sensor in the oxygen side, and as long as the oxygen is above a certain amount of pressure, we won't have the electrolyzer turn on, and we'll pump all of the oxygen from our polluted oxygen vent into that same chamber, thereby balancing it to the point where we're not using nearly as much water to get the job done. We are very short on water here. Another thing that's good about ethanol is that in addition to using it for liquid locks, we can run it into a petroleum generator, because petroleum generators burn both petroleum and ethanol, both of which will produce the same amount of polluted water for an output. So we'll be able to get some polluted water going in there as well. Where are we going to put all this infrastructure? Well, that is definitely the question, and it is something we're going to have to deal with, which brings me back to the fact that I do want to spend some time strip mining out the map here. If you noticed, I dug over to here but didn't break into these pockets because this liquid chlorine is eventually going to vaporize, and then we're going to have to deal with regular chlorine. Before we got to deal with that, I'd like to be able to liquid lock out so that we can put pumps in there and pump the chlorine down into a chamber we create over here. There's going to be a lot of gas sorting that we have to do, so that's going to be one of the things today. We're going to be working on a lot of gas sorting. as well as many other things. For those of you who don't know, the goal of this playthrough is to build a monument before the end of the month. We're going to need a lot of materials, including plastic, which we can't get on this planet, and we disabled teleporters. So between the research and the materials, we 100% have to go to space. The only way around that is if we speed up and get to cycle 500 and then cross our fingers to get lucky enough to print some Drekos or something. I read up on it, and after cycle 500, you can get just about anything printed in the printer. Before that, anything you discover can get printed, but you have to discover it to get it printed. So we could stabilize, pound the fast speed, and, you know, just kind of grind out like 329 cycles. But that doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel in the spirit of the challenge. Never really thought about doing challenge runs in any game. RimWorld, Oxygen not included, any of it. But this game, the colony builder genre has really kind of spoken to me and got me going on this. We're going to do a lot here. We need a little bit more iron, so we're going to take... we need a little bit more aluminum, because we're putting a lot into radiant pipes. We're balancing. We're balancing. Some of these things are going to wind up getting decommissioned at a certain point. Now, did our wires get hooked up? They did. Let's start making ethanol. We don't have a lot of lumber. We've got 1,500 units, but we should be getting more as more of our arbor trees come online. We are going to keep our pips wild, maybe indefinitely. I might even move this guy in there until we can better situate the fungal spores down here. We'll give him a chance to do his thing. In fact, I'm pretty sure I want to delete this. No, focus, Nether, focus. One thing at a time. We have a move to command for critters now. It was a nice quality of life addition in the last update. So what we can do is we don't even need our critter drop off here. We can delete that. We could fit another arbor tree in here, in addition to the 2 that we're going to plant over here. But we'll get these planted first before we start worrying about that, because Devon's going to be doing the vast majority of our building, and we have more important projects for Devon to work on. Our ethanol distillery is distilling. That's so cool. That is so cool. We've got 28 kilos of ethanol. That's amazing. I've been wanting to get that up for so long, and there it is. That is phenomenal. 48 kilos of ethanol. Yeah. Being that I am kind of in a bit of a state at the moment of state of anxiety, state of whatever, we're going to take it nice and slow. We always take it nice and slow, but especially on days where my mind is a little distracted, I like to take it kind of slow. We've got radiant pipes shifted around here. We are eventually going to need to get an aqua tuner setup going. Now, if the aqua tuner setup is going too slow to provide us enough steam for our steam rockets, we can always make use of the heat down here to create steam. And then send that steam to a steam rocket. Is it optimal? Not necessarily. But if we can liquid lock into our heat over here somehow, and make enough steel to set up a thermal injector, we can thermal inject into a chamber and get ourselves the necessary steam for a rocket. The reason it's not optimal is because getting steam from down here up to space, that's a little bit much. So what we would probably have to do is actually make a rocket silo that sits down here and launch it all the way up. I've never done a deep rocket silo in a playthrough. I usually just go up in space and wall in the top. Given the situation, how we're dealing with it, the fact that our settings are so high, it might just be more viable to situate a rocket down near the core and then have a nice little tunnel going up. We got some stuff to do is basically what it comes down to. We've got limited hands because we're not bringing on any more dupes. Made a mistake that cost us a little bit of breathability, so we're trying to get that back online. The fight really is between the hydrogen and the oxygen occupying the same space. So it's going to be a little dodgy. It's going to be a little dodgy until the hydrogen vent goes offline. Once the hydrogen vent goes offline and everything is stored in our infinite gas storage, we'll be in a bit better position as far as air goes. Right now, that's causing us some stress, but before I made the mistake, we had equalized out nicely. The hydrogen wasn't causing any problems because we had already pressurized with oxygen. The oxygen just doesn't have the space to spread out, and we're not over producing anymore. This thing produces enough oxygen for almost 9 dupes, right? Almost 9 dupes. So it's a little close because we got 8 dupes, which is why I want to get an electrolyzer setup going. We are probably going to set up 2 electrolyzers just so that we have the opportunity to expand and get more hands on deck if we need them. We're going to be careful about it, like I said, because water is very limited. But if we get to the point where water starts being a positive thing, we will bring on more dupes so that we can get more done. The more hands we have, the more we get done. It's just a matter of having to balance everything between the cold planet, the limited resources, and the maximum difficulty settings. We gotta take everything in stride. We gotta make smart decisions the whole way. If anybody would like to play along, the seed for this map is up in our community monthly seed. I did some adjustment to the names of everything up there, so if you look under the oxygen not included section, thank you for the posture check and stretch killer. If you look under the oxygen not included section, you'll see a Ani monthly seed, and that's where it's posted. The post I made at the beginning of the month is the seed on normal. So if you just put that in, everything will be normal. You can choose your own settings. You could choose whether or not you're playing on survival or relaxed. But it was brought to my attention by everybody that you can change. The seed does change with the difficulty. So if you scroll down a little bit and look for Almost Emily's post, she did post the seed with the same settings I have. For anybody who's not familiar with it, Ani has sliders just like RimWorld and some of the other games. So what I did is I selected survival at the start, selected the planet, and then I went into the story traits and turned off the teleporters. Or no, not into the story traits, the game settings, which I'm not sure if I can show you guys. Options, game. No. So it's when you start. So in the game settings when you start, it's on the bottom of the screen when you're selecting a planet. I believe it's in the bottom right of that window. You click on that and you can make adjustments to the sliders. I cranked all of the sliders all the way up. Stress, morale, doomsday rock, doomsday asteroids, heavy calorie consumption, all that stuff, right? And in addition to that, I turned off the teleporters, which is a checkbox in there. So we're on hard mode here. In RimWorld, the hardest difficulty, vanilla-wise, is losing is fun, but in that game, it's considered the hard mode to go into those settings and crank it up from 220 threat scaling to 500% threat scaling. So when you see somebody say, I'm doing a 500% run in RimWorld, that's what they mean, 500% threat scaling. In Ani and Oxygen Not Included, the nomenclature is max difficulty. If you see someone say, I'm playing a max difficulty run of Ani, It means they went in and turned all the sliders up. So kind of the stuff you learn playing the different games and what the community says about stuff. Quabob, how you doing? Welcome on in. How you feeling today? Welcome to the madness. We're taking it a little slow today. Had a bit of a rough mental morning, so we're going slow. We're making some progress. Do I take the algae? I think I take the algae. It could be a valuable resource. But yeah, we are on the max difficulty. We are on cycle 172, and this is the 6th stream that we're playing. We finished our long-term RimWorld playthrough on Monday, as I mentioned, and I'm not going to start another playthrough. I'm probably not going to start another playthrough this month. I've got surgery on December 4th. I'd rather not start a new RimWorld playthrough and not be able to finish it before surgery. So the rest of the month is really going to be focused on getting this playthrough done and reaching our goals. If we don't reach those goals, it's fine. We'll take what we learn and, do a different challenge. But I want to try my best to get this sorted. On Fridays, we're doing like a little relaxed, low-key palate cleanser game. We're playing a Stardew Valley playthrough with Julie Pixels, co-streaming. We've done 2 days already, gotten through spring and most of summer. First time I'm actually playing that game. It's a very interesting thing to play a game that's not as stressful. I'm very used to stressful stuff playing this genre. So, yeah, all that stuff. But it's nice. And then on Saturdays are very up in the air. My schedule says Monday to Friday, noon to 6. Hey, Laz, good morning to you. How you doing this morning? Saturdays are always a little bit up in the air. They're usually a day kind of reserved for, like, miscellaneous games, stuff not on the schedule, One of the suggested games is Portal 2. Would love to do that. It's evening. Well, good evening to you. Good morning, afternoon, evening, all that stuff to everybody. We got people in here from all around the world, so I appreciate everybody coming in regardless of the time of day. Hanging out here with you guys makes me better. Had some messages going back and forth with Barb this morning, and she was asking what she could do to make me feel better. The answer is streaming for me. Streaming and talking to you guys and working on the community, that's always what makes me feel better than anything else. So thank you all for being here for it. It does mean the world to me. This is my happy place. You know how people talk about going to their happy place? My happy place is here, playing games, talking to all of you, getting the challenges going, having some fun with it, enjoying everybody's company. So, thank you guys for being my happy place. It's actually afternoon here, but I just woke up not long ago. Yeah, Killer said you were making coffee at like 11 p.m. Sounded like you were fixing for a good long night of gaming. I'm glad. And if anybody needs anything, help or support in any way, shape, or form, please do just let me know. I try to be as helpful to other people as possible. If I can't be in perfect mental health, if I can't be happy myself, one of the things that makes me happy is helping others be happy. So if you guys need anything, let me know. No one is ever a burden here in the community. Everybody here gives me the opportunity to help and be a better person myself. You still want to bed on time? Well, that's awesome. That's an accomplishment right there. Congratulations. But yeah, helping others is something I enjoy doing. I think I've told the story on stream. I've definitely told it to a few people. One of the things I did, and most of it was before COVID, because COVID changed a lot of what happens. And I don't drink a lot, so I don't, especially I drank when I was younger, playing in bands, being a wild, crazy person, but I don't really enjoy drinking that much. I do it maybe a few times a year. On my birthday is usually the main one. And so one of the things I used to do, and would still do if I felt safe enough to go out, is when I feel bad, I like to go out to a bar and sit down at the bar, right? And when you go to the bar, you see a lot of people just kind of being there, just doing their own thing, face down in their glass or talking to their group of people. And what I like to do is go in and kind of just squeeze in and sit down next to a bunch of people and start talking to the person on my left. person on my right, talking to the bartender, shouting out across the table to the other people, and kind of just bringing everybody together. And my goal is always to just make people as happy as possible, get them all talking to each other, get them all interacting, you know, everybody just being fun and having a good time. And what happens is, after a few hours of doing that, I wind up standing up and stepping back to go to the bathroom or go do something real quick, go outside and, you know, get some fresh air. And at a certain point I look and I see everyone's still talking. I don't need to be there to keep them together. And I smile, and that's when I just bow out and leave, knowing that I did something to help other people have a good night. Some of us introverts might not put up with that well. Oh, Zed. You could talk about... I'm going to shout out Zed here, guys. Please go give Zed some love. Zed has been supporting the channel, being a good friend, and just is all around a wonderful guy. So please go give him some support if you haven't already. Thank you, Zed. And you talk about being an introvert. You know, I'm an introvert too. And, you know, being an introvert is something that I think a lot of people misunderstand. Like, I've read a couple of books on the topic. Introverts aren't necessarily antisocial people. Introverts are people that, hang on a second. Let me see if this is about my health. Oh, no. Introverts are people that need to recharge their battery, like, solo. Like, you need to be alone and chill and recharge your battery. It doesn't mean that you're not social. It just means that social situations can drain your battery a little bit, and that you need time to recharge that battery. We still enjoy social situations. We still feel the need to communicate and take care of each other. But I'm gonna do this. But it doesn't mean we don't like being social. It just means that sometimes we need to put the battery on the charger. So, because you're a pretty social guy when you're streaming, Zed. You've got a really great big personality, and I appreciate and love that about you. You're very welcome. Okay. How much ethanol do we have? 442 kilos. This thing is cooking right along. We're running low on lumber, but these guys should bust out some lumber. Should we put these on auto harvest? I don't think we can put these on auto harvest because they need to rummage to get seeds. The only way to get more arbor seeds is for pips to rummage in the plants. So we're going to let that be. So much of this playthrough has been heat management, and that's okay. I am so happy we got our freezer fridge set up. Like, our kitchen setup is nice. I'm getting better at just being able to slap one of these together. I understand the mechanics well enough now. For those of you out there who aren't sure what's going on here, let me do a quick explanation. So, we've got a thermoregulator here, which is kind of like an aqua tuner. Except that it uses gases. Best gas to use for this is hydrogen because it has pretty good thermal mass and conductivity, as well as being able to go to a very low temperature, right? So that runs through the thermal regulator. We use this gas pipe element sensor to say, hey, if you go above -40, kick on. And just like a thermal aqua tuner, what it does is it cools the gas in the pipes while dumping the heat into this chamber. In this chamber, we are also running our cooling loop through it. So as the chamber heats up, our liquids come through our pipes and cool it down. There's many ways to deal with cooling. We could have, quite frankly, just stuck the thing out here in the cold and just sent the heat into the cold. It'd be fine, right? But this is a more sustainable way of doing things. And so that thing chills down the pipes, and we have radiant pipes made of steel here. You can use other materials, but steel is the best material to make radiant gas pipes out of, since gas pipes can't be made out of things like aluminum. So that's how you chill that down. And what that does, and then we've got aluminum tiles here. Steel is another good one, but since we have access to aluminum and quite a bit of it on this map, we're using aluminum because it has even better thermal conductivity. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, thermal conductivity and specific heat capacity, they're right over here in the properties. The higher the thermal conductivity, the quicker heat exchanges with that block. And the more specific heat capacity, that one's a little bit trickier to explain. It's kind of like how long it takes to raise that thing more degrees. It's almost like the density of the material as far as heat is concerned. And so if you have a high thermal conductivity and a high specific heat capacity, that thing can suck out heat really fast and hold a lot of it, or dissipate it. You know, it's a measure of heat transfer between the two of them. Do I know enough to put up a spreadsheet and work numbers on counterflow heat exchange? Not quite. Am I able to follow tutorials and understand what's going on in a way that I can apply it to playthroughs that I'm doing? Absolutely. So the idea is that these two tiles are getting chilled out. The reason we need two is one is for ingredients and one is for finished food. These sweepers can see through corners, and we have hydrogen in here. You could also use a vacuum or chlorine, basically a sterile gas. I use hydrogen because of that thermal conductivity and specific heat capacity. Vacuums, you can't actually exchange heat with the environment, so it has to actually freeze the food from directly touching the tile. In my opinion, hydrogen is the best way to go. You put a little hydrogen. If we go to gases, so we got hydrogen in here, hydrogen in here, hydrogen in here. You could also in here put like a thin layer of petroleum or other liquid and do the heat transfer through a liquid. This is just what we have to work with and the best way I could see working with it right now on this map. What we then do is this one can see through to the ingredients and can see this loader. It can see all of our cooking apparatus. And so when these need to be loaded, this one will pull the ingredients out and load them into these for our dupes so our dupes can come over and use them without having to bring the materials over manually. Once the food is cooked, it puts it into this conveyor loader for cooked food, which is set at a lower priority than our food refrigerator so we don't get stuck in infinite loops. Once it gets put in this loader, everything is shipped down to here in our finished food area using these shipping rails. I'll explain the other one in a moment. And this then pulls out enough to fill this fridge, which we have set at 10 kilos. If you're not on max hunger, somewhere between 3 and 5 is okay. But since we are on max hunger, we're putting it at 10 so there's enough food. And basically, that keeps a minimum amount of food in here. So our spoilage is kept to a very small amount. And every time they take a meal out of here, this thing refills it from this deep freeze location. In here, we've got medicine, and we've got the third fridge over here in case we need to pull something out of here for whatever reason. You know, when I'm loading rockets up with a specific food, I'll have this set to a 1 and the fridge on the rocket set to a 9. And this will pull everything out of here and put it in that fridge, and then the dupes will move it to the rocket, for instance, right? And also down here we have a loader so that they can put all the ingredients in. So we allow manual use on both of these. This one cannot see this loader. This is its range, because if it could, then it would just pull stuff out of here and put it in here in an infinite loop, wasting power, time, energy, and make our food inaccessible to our dupes. This is also set to a lower priority than the refrigerators. We don't have ingredients set in the refrigerators, but basically, let's say they drop food on the floor here. They can pick it up and drop it in here manually. They'll put it in the fridge if the fridge has space, but if not, they'll put it in here. But that keeps us from doing loops like that. Same thing with our ingredients here. So this is at a lower priority than our refrigerators. So basically, everything gets dropped into these loaders. Finished food here. Ingredients here. Later on, you can automate things. Let's say you put sweepers all along your farms and just have the ingredients sent directly there so you don't have to have your dupes manually load it. We're not quite at that level of automation just yet. We're working on getting a few bits of automation going, but at the moment, like I said, we're taking everything just a little bit slow. Ooh, I need another one of these. Right there. I'm not even going to hook this up just yet. This is kind of an emergency line. We got a lot of chill over here. So if we start to go the opposite direction and get too much heat going in our base, we could just hook this line up and bleed some of the cold in from over here. We could do that by opening these things up, but this is kind of a more easy to regulate way to do it, to get it onto our loop. Temperature regulation loop. A lot of people call it a cooling loop. But when you're dealing with a cold planet, you're heating up, and then once you get a little bit too far along, you might actually end up trying to switch to cooling things down as well. So we'll call it a temperature regulation loop, not a cooling loop. In fact, rather than putting an airflow tile there, let's just delete these tiles and put ladders in there. There's no need for those to be solid tiles at the moment. We had those there because we had a battery bank here, but we don't need a large battery bank anymore. We've got a jumbo and a smart over here working with our hydrogen generators, so we're pretty solid. We are producing heat up here with our industry, and that's smearing out. We got a lot going on. The reason it's so cold over here is we're dumping all of our debris over here. I actually have radiant tiles across these 3 tiles where our debris is. Those are helping regulate the temperature back down. Stuff coming through here is at like 18, and by the time it loops around, it goes through there, it's at 17. Then it takes some of the cold out of here, and we're coming out at 15. So we're kind of using what we have to regulate temperature. It's not a large, like long-term sustainable thing, because we do have to manually snip and add pipes and all that stuff. But we've got plenty. As long as we're on top of it, we can shift our heat around as needed. Now, what I'd like to do, like I said, I want to strip mine out some of this map. The issue with that is I don't want any of our hydrogen escaping into pockets, because that'll just lead to more gas sorting that we have to do, right? So we're trying to do this in order, basically. We're spending a lot of time waiting on our geysers and vents, but that's kind of the nature of the game. Patience. I think all colony builders, patience is an important skill to have. I know a lot of people love to just slam that 3 button or that 4 button and just go ham right away, but I always talk about the fact you can be efficient with real-life time or with cycle time. And as far as achieving in the game, the more efficient you are with your cycle or daytime, the more you're going to achieve. I thought it was named Ani. I know that's a clever joke, and I know I'm missing it. I'm sorry, Barb. Oh, the name of the game is Patience? Is that what I said? I see what you did there. Very clever. And we may very well have to button some of this back up once the hydrogen vent goes dormant again. We don't want to... we've still got a pretty decent amount of chill in a couple of locations in the base. And we are pulling in cold water, but it is getting heated up by our metal refinery. So maintaining balance is an important thing in this playthrough. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be, as Thanos says. But we might dig a few more things out. We got some real negative temperatures over here, but that's okay because the distillery is going to be producing a substantial amount of heat. Not that we're going to be able to run it hard for very long. Thank you for the stretch, Barb. Guys, we do have point redemptions for a lot of different stuff here. Oh. stretches, hydrates, posture checks. We even have a change the game redemption, name a colonist redemption. If anybody has suggestions for other redemptions, I'm happy to think about it. I think someone did suggest a OCD redemption, just like a single point or an odd number point, so that people can make their... Is that an arbor? No, that's the arbor tree. So that people can have even numbers. I feel like having a single point redemption might wind up getting the channel a little bit spammy. So we're not going to do that, but maybe. If everybody really wants it and it doesn't get abused, I could see maybe doing that. Alright, we are making rad pills, which is important, because we're going to need them both for dealing with our radiation over here, as well as dealing with space. Man, that's a nice setup, actually. It's definitely going to get absurd. Alright, we'll hold off on that, then. Since we're doing this stuff, let's a lot of these pipes are going to be temporary. There's a lot of stuff that's going to be temporary and going to be shifted around. Yesterday, we spent a lot of time fixing our power grid. This is a lot nicer looking of a power grid. We've got 2 transformers over here to run our kitchen. This is our main industrial area up at the top of the map here with our main line into our transformers. We broke off a line with 2 transformers over here for our radiation research setup, which we can't do until we've got a little bit more water, because the advanced research is going to require water. So if we can't do the advanced research, doing the radiation research is pointless, because it's going to require both. And then we broke off a single transformer to deal with our fluids and gases being injected. We're going to try and keep on top of all of that. One of my big things is I want to get this place melted out pretty quickly. Now, the reason I'm not just digging this ice out is because we're short on water. So if we're going to be short on water, I would prefer not to lose mass from our ice, if at all possible. Do left Twix for 100 and right Twix for 101. Ooh. Zed coming out with the ideas. I may very well do that, Zed. Okay. I think I've run down just about everything, but to reiterate, we're going to be playing a lot of Ani this month. We're going to put RimWorld on the back burner until either next month. The only way I would start a new RimWorld playthrough this month is if the DLC dropped out of nowhere, or Doors and Wheels. Yeah. Left turn, right turn, Doors and Wheels, left Twix, right Twix. I like where you're going with that, Zed. Tacos or cheeseburgers? And while we're doing this, you guys notice I have a lot of sweep commands going right here, right? So we do have people gradually cleaning up the map as we go here. We even over here put in some temperature shift plates to help melt the ice. They don't like coming down here because there's a lot of CO2, and the reason I haven't moved my carbon skimmer is, like I said, We're going to try and keep this and turn this into a wild dust cap farm. Hey, Crow, what's going on? Welcome on in. How's your day going? I've started to get my my wits about me just a little bit over here, so I'm not feeling quite as bad as when I was talking to you. Plus, you know me, streaming makes me happy, so how are you doing today? So this gives 300 kilos every 18 cycles. Pips. Arbor trees and thimbleweed excretes dirt. How much do they, let's check the in-game wiki here. .4 units per cycle. 0.4 units per cycle. And arbor trees give 300 kilos. You know, that's one thing that does frustrate me. Some things are in units and some things are in kilos. Is 1 kilo 1 unit, or is 10 kilos 1 unit? You know what I mean? If 1 kilo is 1 unit, then 18 cycles gives us 300 kilos. That's a substantial amount of wood. We could feed quite a few pips on that. So, hold on. You know who might know this? Our friend Google. Arbor Tree Wiki. Okay, maybe I have to look up lumber instead of arbor tree. All right. Does anybody know how much a single unit of lumber weighs? Is 1 unit 1 kilo, or because I'm having trouble finding this online. Alone in my family, and the only one that can help is my father, and I can't talk to him as much because of work. I am not so good. Real life stuff in school is killing me. I am having problems with my sleep, and I'm just afraid that I'm going to lose the people that I protect and care about. Mr. Crow, if you need anything, we're here to help. I mean, I know I'm not doing great today, but I was just talking about how when I'm not doing good, the things that make me happy is helping others. So if there's anything I can do to help you, please let me know. We're here for you. Oh, that already melted. Well, that's unnecessary then. So lumber is in units over here, right? And this says that it's dropping 300 kilos when it drops. So how many kilos is a unit? How many units is a kilo is what I'm trying to figure out. Like if this drops 300 kilos, is it 300 units? If it's 300 units, that's awesome. If a unit is 10 kilos, that means it's only dropping 30 units. You know what I mean? So I would like it if all of that was consistent. If lumber's in kilos, it should be in kilos. If it's in units, it should be in units. 1 unit is 10 kilos. Thank you, Killer. So then this provides 30 units per cycle. And pips need 0.4 units per cycle. So this should be plenty of trees to ranch pips. Interesting. Okay. If it's small, 10 kilograms and one unit, regular is 100. Okay, now I'm confused again. This produces 300 kilos. So if 10 kilos is 1 unit, that's 30 kilos that it produces. And it produces it over 18 cycles, right? So 30 kilos divided by 18, so it produces 1.66 units per cycle. Divided by 0.4, so it should support 4 pips. Well, 4.16 pips. So each tree should support 4.16 pips, since we can only have 7 or 8 pips in here before they get cramped and glum if they're tame. Okay, let me check that out. I saw this page, Killer. I'm not seeing... You're looking at oak shell molts. Oak shell molts are not lumber. Oak shell molts are from the genetically mutated version of poke shells. So that's not actually what we're looking for. Thank you for checking it out, but that's not what we're trying to find. I saw that page when I did the search as well. Oak shells and lumber are not the same thing. There's these things called poke shells that spawn in... No stress. You're still learning the game. It's amazing that you found information on it out. To everyone, I need rest because I have 3 exams this week and I need to clear my mind a bit. Have an amazing day, afternoon, night. All right, Mr. Crow, you have an amazing day, night, afternoon as well. I'm sorry you're going through it today. I'm going through it as well. So I wish there was something I could say or do. Let me know. Send me a message. If I can help in any way, I will. Your story was great, by the way. I read both chapters. I think I told you that. I'm not sure where to tell you to go with it because you were asking, but it was amazing. Man, Bubbles is not a bad colonist, but we can't afford to get her just yet. Debug world it. All right, thank you, Barb. Ah, yes, the melting process is going much nicer now. Alright, that was a bad idea. We're freezing the water. A unit of lumber is 1,000 grams, 1 kilo. All right, so if this produces 300 kilos, so 300 units of lumber, and it takes 18 cycles in its wild form. So 300 divided by 18, it produces 16 units per cycle. So 16 units per cycle, these need 0.4. So 16 divided by 0.4, one tree should be enough to ranch 41 pips. Okay. So we need to get, well, let's disable the ethanol distillery, because I want to get ahead of the pips. We need a little bit more ethanol for liquid locks and everything, but... Alright, let's get some masterwork art going here with Sweetney. Red, what's going on? I'm gonna do a quick shout out for Red over here. How you doing today, Red? Red has started streaming recently, guys. So go show Red some love. Let's get him to where he needs to be with his numbers. We try to help everybody here. I appreciate you coming in today, Red. I've had a bit of a rough morning, but the longer I stream, the happier I feel about it. So thank you for being here. We are slowly but surely grinding away at this max difficulty playthrough. Just recently finished the Oppenheimer movie, and it's amazing. It's the best movie this 10. Yeah. You were saying that yesterday, I believe. I remember you saying that. I'm gonna have to give that one a watch at one point. Man, our breathability sucks in here. "11 cycles till we can, like, try to stabilize our air in here a little bit. I'm doubling our pump down so we can pump faster. Problem is this thing keeps getting overpressured, which means it's not producing. Let's get that built, Devin. Yes, Red. So we started the game, and then we went into the game settings and turned all of the sliders all the way up for difficulty. Morale, stress, meteor damage, hunger, all of it. So all of it is cranked all the way up to max difficulty. And we started on a frozen planet, and we also deactivated teleporters, so we don't have access to our secondary planet unless we launch a rocket into outer space. So it has definitely been a major challenge, and we're trying to put systems in place to deal with that, but it is not easy. It is very not easy. I'm going to snip that there and push that pipe to there. Is the game difficult? Yes, it is very difficult. I feel like if I'd have started on like an easy planet, but with the settings turned up, I'd have been fine. Or if I'd have started on this hard planet with normal settings, I'd be fine. But going into a frozen planet for like doing a major frozen planet playthrough for the first time with max difficulty for the first time and the first time disabling teleporters, those three things combined made this an exceptionally hard run to start to get going. So we're still kind of right there with it. Our temperature could be better, could be worse, could be better. I don't know why I did this, but I watched a horror movie on Christmas Day last year. There's just something that hits different for me about watching movies with different seasons. Yeah, I totally get that. Okay, with the second pump, we should be getting larger packets of both hydrogen and oxygen. It's going to eat a little bit more power, but it should disperse air a little bit better. Yeah, we're getting bigger packets of oxygen. Yeah, we're getting more oxygen on that line. That's going to help a lot. Should have put that second one up sooner. That quickly, it already looks better. Oh, that's freaking awesome. Okay, we're doing a lot better moving air around. Which should mean their electrolyzer spends less time being overpressured. Okay. All right. Lesson learned. Have 2 pumps going. Each pump can fill about half of a pipe, right? If you're pumping the same gas, one pipe will only half fill the pipe. 5 kilos per blob instead of 10 kilos. Now, the fact that we've got 2 gases going into one line makes it a little bit difficult for the pumps that go like an on-off thing. But as you guys can see, we're getting larger packets of oxygen. Basically, each one pumps. They either take turns or they combine packets. So we're getting a lot more airflow going to where it needs to go. We're putting the hydrogen away faster, and we're distributing the oxygen more readily. So that should help with our breathability problems, which are already looking a lot better. We're going to put a few statues around, try and get a little decor going. We're not going to be able to do amazing with the decor, but if we can get a few pieces of decor up, the arbor trees actually provide decor, so that is helpful right off the bat. Now that we have an artist, we might as well get that going. Man, 2 pumps was just an easy solution. I feel silly for not doing that sooner. We're going to put water in here and enable auto bottling. All right, so remember yesterday I was saying we're going to be working on an evolution chamber. That's what we're doing here. They call it an evolution chamber in this game. It's basically a chamber to drown hatches in. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down here to food. We're not going to actually plug these in, but we're going to put down, let's call it 3 incubators. And what'll happen is the eggs will get sent up here. The dupes will still be able to access this even through the locked door. And they'll immediately put them into these incubators. So we'll always have 3 going in here. 3 incubators, even unpowered, will provide us with enough hatches to keep the farm going. Once they hatch here, they'll get moved down here. But it'll mean that our farm down here never gets overcrowded. At 8 out of 7 creatures, they're cramped. Cramped means they're not going to produce as well with everything they do. So we're gonna take steps to deal with that. What that'll also do is that means the overflow of our animals here will get turned into meat. You know, we're evolving them into meat, which can then be made into barbecue and eaten by our dupes, which will take a little stress off of our lice loaf and make them a little bit happier. So, you know, all the goals getting hit all at the same time type of thing. Meanwhile, we're also getting up some of these statues, because if we can get our decor up, they'll be happier on a daily basis because everything looks a little prettier. It's not an essential thing, but since we're kind of waiting on a lot of stuff here, we might as well do a little bit of that work. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is going to look weird because it's on top of airflow tiles. Probably didn't really need to do that, but we're going to try and get about a ton per tile here. We're going to keep an eye on our sage hatches. I don't think we actually need to ranch them, at least not yet. We're not producing enough polluted dirt that ranching them would be sustainable. They would probably get hungry, die off from hunger. So right now we're leaving them wild. They will replace themselves. There's 2 of them. I don't know if one of them is old and already gave birth. No, they're both about 28, 30 cycles old. So they're going to be replacing themselves gradually. Meanwhile, we've been able to melt enough ice down here to start getting a little bit more water in here, as well as getting the water from up here, which we have for another 38 cycles. So we've got a little bit of time to make some adjustments as we go. We're going to have to lock that pip down here. And get the mealwood seeds out of here. God, that gas flow. Oh, should have put that on there sooner. It is burning a little bit more power, but we got lots and lots of hydrogen stored, so should be okay on that front. We could disable the second one once this hydrogen vent goes offline, because we shouldn't need it. But we'll see. We'll see how that all shakes out. So yeah, guys, this is our Oxygen Not Included Community Monthly Seed. We put up a new one every month. We all play together. You don't have to play when I'm playing online. You could play it in your own time whenever you like. There is no specific challenge or goal. I set the challenge for myself based on some suggestions from the community of getting a monument built by the end of the month with all of these super hard settings. So if I can do that, I'm going to. If I can't, I'm just going to enjoy the experience and learn as much as I can. I like to learn, so you know, we'll do what we can. We'll see how far we can go. We should need about 3 more buckets. I think that might even be enough water to drown them, but I'm not 100% sure. We can even lock this door already. For such a small map, we're doing quite well as far as managing space. If we were going to stay in this world a long time, I would have full confidence we could get up, like, basically turn this entire map into a single base. Get geothermal power going, do a bunch of stuff, and basically just, like, completely take over this planet. But since it's not a long-term playthrough, our goal is basically, like I said, to get to the monument, which we don't necessarily need to conquer the entire map to do. We just need to do what we got to do. I'm not planning on taking any more dupes on currently because, as I said, we're dealing with some problems with keeping enough water on the map. But once we get a few things sorted out, I might take on some more dupes. So if anybody does want to rename dupes, once I do that, there is a redemption for that. The redemption for naming pets doesn't really apply because you can't name animals in Ani. Plus, they age out after about 100 cycles for most animals. But you can name animals in Minecraft and RimWorld. In RimWorld, they can theoretically age out, but usually the playthrough ends long before the animals die of old age. They do often get killed by raiders and stuff, though, so that is a consideration when naming them. God, this stuff is so close to melting. Okay, I think it's actually time we button this up over here. We've already got more than enough cold pleading in. Trying to have them move ice up to here because this is warm enough that it's melting the ice because we're injecting warmer water from this. Basically, this -10-degree water is coming in here and then coming out at 16 because it's going into our metal refinery, which is where the vast majority of our heat is going to come from once our hydrogen vent goes offline. Quite the balancing act we've got going on here currently. Yeah, it's nice to have enough water to actually set this up. That's gonna put us in a better position. Once we start having a little bit of barbecue online, we might actually be able to turn off one of the mushers, so we're not wasting as much water. Same thing is a possibility for the pips, right? Now the problem with the pips, we have to let them roam this whole area, so we might need to put up several sweepers and loaders in order for this to get sorted, but it's okay. Yeah, things are starting to swing a little bit in a direction I don't want them to swing in. I'm actually going to insulate there. And since we're not doing this research yet, I'm going to stick insulated tiles on that side of the door. We're going to have to hunker in because this heat's going to go away, so we got to prepare for that to be a thing. Now, where is a good place to put our electrolyzer setup? We have to take a couple of things into consideration. If we're going to be using this polluted oxygen, we're going to have to pump the oxygen to it. Maybe we put it in up here. It's not too far from this, and it's not too far from this. Alright, let's see what's on our printable list. Wouldn't be interested in any of them anyway. We'll take the oxyfern seed. Not that we're going to be using it for anything, but better to have things and not need them than need them and not have them type of situation. Yeah, doubling up on those pumps has definitely helped our breathability situation. And it'll keep getting better. The other thing is, this stuff, some of this stuff's going to off-gas, so we could also start capturing some of the polluted oxygen down here. Getting this polluted oxygen vent going, capturing this polluted oxygen here, doing deodorizers, that's kind of getting to the top of my list of things to do. We don't need that anymore. And that should mean that our stone hatches start to stabilize. Anyway, if anybody's got any questions, comments, concerns, ideas, I would be absolutely happy to answer, talk about any of that. know what I want to do? I want to put doors here so that we can kind of lock that pip down in this area. Yeah, I'm going to wall out our ethanol distillery. We're not actually... Well, we'll wait to see if they can pull in some of that other stuff, but... No, you know what? It's not needed. We can always break it back open. We're going to wall that out for now because we got to hunker down for the long chill. We're going to have... What is that? 60. So we're going to have 60 cycles of no hydrogen and no heat. Hopefully we've banked enough hydrogen to keep our power going. I'd hate to have to go back to having people run on wheels. If it's absolutely necessary, we will. We've got 8 dupes now instead of 6, which was the last time we had to run them on wheels. So we're in a lot better situation as far as that's concerned. But I think we should have enough banked currently. Okay. Air is getting better. Power is banked. Food is getting better. Water is getting better. Things are getting built. Yeah, one of the reasons it's important for us to get ranching going in this playthrough is because we don't have lime on this map, or we don't have fossil on this map to crush into lime. And that becomes a problem because we need lime to make steel, and our goal involves making a lot of steel. So that's one of the reasons I've been kind of focused on getting these ranches up and running and getting them stabilized. We need them to be producing. It's one of the reasons I actually want to ranch the pips, which looks like it would be possible. We may very well put up a second or even a third pip ranch, in theory, just for the sake of the eggshells. We'll have to use some tricks to create some quote-unquote natural tiles at that point, but I know a few tricks that we can use. There's not enough ethanol in there to liquid lock. So we're definitely going to wait on that. We need them producing more lumber. So it's the same game. It's the waiting game. Now, the last time I hit go fast, I screwed up our breathability, and it's still kind of on a razor's edge here. So let's not do that just yet. Beard stroking. Temperature is getting a little bit cooler, which is why I'm walling out the cold right now again. But yeah, we're doing all right. All in all, we're doing all right. And we've got more stuff producing heat, right? Our industry is a little larger. Our thermoregulator for freezing our food. In fact, let's put this at -50. That'll generate a little bit more heat by generating more cold. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but that's the way these things work. That you can put the netherrack into a furnace and make... Yes, I did, Killer. I did know that. You can also get nether brick from trading with piglins. You can throw them gold. They'll throw you back a bunch of different items. We should really get a good piglin bartering farm / gold farm going because it's so powerful. You get so many blocks renewable. Nether brick, quartz, blackstone, all that stuff. Really? That's the thing about games like Minecraft. You can keep learning stuff, and then all the new mechanics that they add. Hey, yo, how are you on this fine day? I'm doing pretty good, Albach. How about yourself? It was a really rough morning. Really got kind of hit hard by a lot of life stuff, but streaming has made everything really awesome. So, pretty happy about streaming today. Get to do a bunch of stuff. Unreachable move. How? Finished work, now trying to plan a speed run with some friends. What kind of speed run? What game are you working on? $88,000. So we need 16, 32, 64 is 4 days. So we've got a little over 5 days of food. That's the furthest ahead on food we've been this entire playthrough, so... The long drive. It's a driving game where you have to drive for 5,000 real-life kilometers to beat it. Interesting. Don't need to be heating up these tiles. The previous time we attempted 56 hours. Oh, dang. So that is very much a marathon, not a sprint, huh? Okay, guys, I'm definitely starting to feel quite a bit better here today. Streaming always makes me feel better, so I appreciate everybody for being here and helping with that. We did it in shifts, so not yet, you know, injure ourselves from sitting too long or anything like that. So we did 5 to 8 hour shifts. So yeah, that seems to be the way. That would be the way I would do it. All right, that pip will get moved eventually. All right, so this is working. The eggs are going in here, and then they're getting moved into the incubators to get reserved. They're not going to hatch any faster, but we could set up timers on them. I might do that. Do we have that set up? Creates a timer to send green signals and red signals for specific amounts of time. Managed to find one new guy who's willing to be crazy enough to join in, and one guy who's on the fence, and then the original streamer who I joined doing it, and me. So nearly got a full team. Oh, nice. Very nice. I can't remember which one it is. Is it a cycle timer? There's a couple of different timers. Let's look down in automation real quick. All right, so there's a cycle sensor. Sets an automatic green red signal and schedule within 1 day, 1 night. Timer sensor. Now, I remember watching Francis play, and basically he always forgets which one to use. And now, since he forgets which one to use, I have no idea which one to use. So, I guess let's try the timer sensor. Let's see if we can get that right on, Let's see if we can get it right on one, and if we do, then we can set it for all 3, basically. And then power-wise, okay. I think our calories are very slowly going up. Like, if we didn't have a deep freezer, we might end up with enough spoilage that it wouldn't be positive, but how much automation and shipping do I want to deal with? Do I want to deal with more? I kind of want to, right? So we put that there. Let's not run this through a natural tile. What we're going to do is we're going to set this up to get rid of rot and polluted dirt, because some rot is going to happen. So anything rotten in here will get loaded and sent over to here where our sage hatches are going to eat it. Might as well set up some automation. I'm being very careful because we have a nature preserve in here. I think technically we can get rid of this, but I'm trying to be careful not to destroy naturally growing plants in this area, because if we do, we lose our nature reserve bonus, and that's going to end up going into a morale spiral that I do not want to deal with at this point, so... Did that pip get moved, or is it still in the wrong places? No, it's still in the wrong place. I feel like the move animal command is still not quite right. So let's just emergency move it, because it keeps going off. Like, it gets out of range, and then it never looks like it's back in range. So we're just gonna emergency move it down here. Our goal is to get it to wild plant this fungal spore. Luckily, things don't take fall damage in this game. And we're gradually trying to sweep everything out of this area so that it doesn't plant stuff that we don't want it to plant. Right now, we're storing everything over in our hatch ranch, just on the other side of this door, so they can't eat anything we store there, but so that we're making good use of our space. We could theoretically put our ethanol distillery and other stuff up there, but at the moment, we're not even producing enough lumber for that to be a thing. We're trying to let the pips manually rummage through here to create more arbor acorns. We've got at least 2 more spaces. We can theoretically start ranching them once we get a little bit of a lumber buffer going, which is why I'm not doing this right now. What we might do is put, like, wild ranch them, but put like a feeder or a storage bin in here with a higher priority than the ethanol distillery to make sure that we always have lumber available for the pips before it goes to the ethanol distillery. I think that's probably going to be a safe way to go about it, in theory, but... if we can get this map a little bit more cleaned up, get an electrolyzer done by the end of the day, and possibly start looking into getting this thing tapped, I think we might be in a good position. We're always going to be battling heat on this map. Maybe not always, but heat's going to be a pretty consistent battle for this map. We're trying real hard to melt all this down here, which a lot of our heat's going into there. But if we can get this all melted and flowing through our system, the heat that we're producing with the rest of our base, our industry, our kitchen, all of that, should be enough to sustain us through eating the cold that still exists. This is our coldest area, and it's going to take the longest for us to heat up. But with everything cycling through our metal refinery and the heat that our electrolyzer's putting out, we shouldn't be in too bad a shape. Yeah, so I think we're going to plan on putting a submerged electrolyzer setup over here. It might be a little difficult to get the fluids where we want them to go, although maybe we should plan on having these, having more. Oh, we could expand this out and do transformers over here if we need to move them a little bit. let's do a little planning, right? Let's plan, I guess let's plan up here. Up in space? Yeah, let's plan up in space. Wait. Okay, so let's say we want 2 electrolyzers, right? And what we would do... what we do is something like that. And we'd have a little bit of liquid in each of these chambers. One side would be hydrogen, the other side would be oxygen. Actually, on this bottom and top one... we could probably do something like this. And then it'll push left and right. And this would be enough for 16 dupes, in theory. And then we would have... we would have that there. If we have... one pump would be... 2 pumps wouldn't even be enough for that. So we would need to actually make that a little bigger, right? Because it would be putting out enough for... Alright, sounds good, Barb. So let's say... it produces 888 times 2, right? Divided by 10 kilos. No, that's the wrong button. Right, 888. So 888 times 2 divided by... that's not right either. So put out 800... it puts out... 888 grams. Right. Okay, so I guess one... and each pump pumps 5... yeah, okay, so 2 pumps would be more than enough then. Right? I think 2 pumps would be more than enough because the pumps can do up to 10 kilos, and this is going to put out 1.7 kilos per second. So, yeah, never mind. I am wrong. So the theoretical design on this is with this. And then what we would have is a pump here and a pump here, and then a pump here and a pump here. And we'd put ventilation here and here. Because what we can do is we can combine, we can move our infinite storage so that we're only having this. There's no sense in pumping the hydrogen out of here into here. The only issue with this that I'm seeing right now is that we need an Atmos sensor in there as well. Yeah, on each side. So we would at least need to do that. I mean, not necessarily, but then we can get an Atmos sensor in here and an Atmos sensor in here. right? Yeah, and then everything coming out of here would get pumped into here. To be safe, we could do it like that. And basically one side would be our hydrogen storage, the other side would be our oxygen storage, and that would be our whole jam right there. And then we can just run our... Yeah, then we'd have to run our cooling loop through it and pump clean water into it. So then we would basically have to filter gases, right? Trying to think how we can do this with the least number of pumps possible. So right now these are pumping everything. Oxygen's going right back into the base, but it's using these. We want to prioritize the oxygen coming out of here. This is all going to take power, which is going to be interesting. But I don't think we'll need more than 16 dupes at any given time. Like, I think 8 is probably close to fine, but just for the sake of possibly taking on extras, we may want to train some people to fly out into space and keep them out in space or on other planets. So, Well, he planted the dust cap, but unfortunately he planted it on melting ice, so it's going to get unplanted. But at least it's doing things. I mean, we have to long-term plan on how we're going to deal with the hydrogen vent, because at one point we're going to have more heat than we need, right? I mean... Oh, you know what we could do? What if we use the pips to plant all of the Wheezewort on the map in with the hydrogen vent? It would put a lot of radiation in one place, but it would also put a lot of chill in one place. If it gets above 95, they would stifle, though. So it's like, that would be another balancing act, right? I think we could make that work, theoretically. All right, let's see what we get in the printing pod here. I'll take the Bluff Briars. Pretty sure those are just used for decor, so when we get to the point where we can make more decor, we'll use those. We've got a few of them already. Okay. God, you guys know how it is when, like, you have a plan, but, like, you have I have a generalized plan. I know all the things we need to do. It's just getting to the point where I can take the steps to actually make it happen. Like, I know we need to do this oxygen thing, but what are the steps we need to do to make that happen, right? Right now we've got 38.4 tons of sand. Fluid oxygen, oxygen, and carbon dioxide. So we wind up with different gas sorting. Okay. All right. We actually checked a couple of things off my list here. Okay. All right, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break, and then we're going to start putting this plan into action when I come back. We'll have to make a few decisions, and I'm sure we'll wind up changing a few things. It's going to be a little dodgy because heat and cold that we've been fighting with this whole time. Opening this up and doing work out here means letting cold into the base. Letting cold into the base when we don't have this going is going to be a problem. So it becomes a matter of, like, how much patience do we want to have? Do we want to modify and solidify certain systems while we wait for this to come back online? Which is going to take, like, a lot of cycles. So that just seems like not a fun way to do things. Yeah, I think we have to start planning out this project. Even if we don't pull the trigger on it right away, let's start drawing in what we're actually going to do with all of the bits and pieces. And then when we can afford to, we'll probably break in from up here because our industry is producing the most heat. And what's going to end up happening is probably some sort of setup like over here or up here. This might get broken out, and we'll put in some, like, more transformers for power distribution here so we can actually send power to the setup we're talking about. And that'll be close enough that we can send stuff back this way. I also feel like we could use... You know what? I was going to put one more blob on that hydrogen line over there, but let's not fix something that's not broke. That being said, what I just started that sentence with was, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. Let me do that. If you guys enjoy the music from the Be Right Back screen, please go and check out my buddy Bobby. His links will be down in the description if you're watching back on the VOD. He does the music for my channel. He's a really great guy. I'm going to go take care of some stuff, and I will be right back. We'll continue the madness. See you in a moment. Okay, everybody, I'm back. As per usual, once I clear the liquid situation, it becomes much clearer what I need to do to get things done. So, one of the things we got to do, let's put Linus on building so these automated systems get built, because nobody else can build shipping stuff besides Linus. Linus is named after my best friend ever, by the way, whose screen name is to blind Linus. The is backwards, TEH. So, this vent here, right? Same height as the hydrogen vent. It's going to be 4 tall, right? So, my thought process is we want to give just a little bit of space, right? So, let's say we were to do this. What we could do... Now, to maximize our situation... What do we need? 9 tiles is how wide that is, right? So, how wide is this space? That's 8 tiles, right? So what we do is we come out like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? That's going to be there. This spacing is a little obnoxious, but we can work with it, right? Technically, we can put stuff there. So what we would wind up doing here, right? We would wind up putting airflow tiles across here. Deodorizers across there. And then we would need an auto sweeper essentially here. We would then need a loader. Let's say a loader... there. And then we need something we don't have research, so that puts us in line to do the next bit of research. We need the conveyor receptacle. We got to queue up this research, guys. That's going to be our first radiation research, but we're going to let... Thank you for the stretch, Barb. Now, the reason we need that is we want this system fully enclosed and automated. We do not want to be dealing with too much... we want to get this thing going and then never have to break into it again. Right? So actually, maybe even, for the sake of resources, we put that there. We'll put in a second one to represent that other bit that we need there, right? Feels like a long day for some reason. Yeah, it's a long day for sure. Now, we're going to want 2 pumps, right? Or just 1. Probably don't need 2. Probably can get away with 1. Let's say 2, just for the sake of argument, right? Don't forget the combo. Oh, posture check, hydrate, and stretch. Oh, thank you, thank you. So hydrate, thank you guys. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a tiny bit of liquid at the bottom. And we're going to grab a gas vent. Doesn't matter where we put it, right? Let's say we put it right there. This is the same concept as all the infinite storage stuff we're working with, right? We can grab our gas pumps. And... okay, hang on. So let's say we come up like that and over like that. And... let's go there, in theory. Yeah, I'll keep that posture going. And that goes there, right? gas pipe element sensor. Now what'll happen is oxygen will be allowed through there. Anything else will get pushed back down into this vent. Right? Backwards. Very backwards. Okay, hang on. Actually, we could do that. We need a NOT gate. But why make it more complicated than it needs to be? This is kind of nice, though, because since this is outside our base, we can plan it without them accidentally building it. So we don't have to worry about too... Plus, we're watching our water tank, which is our main deal, right? I'm trying to make this as small as possible, because we're, you know... We're dealing with limited space. The extra challenge of it all. So let's say that goes there. Gas pipe goes there and overflows down to here, right? This is where polluted oxygen or anything else that finds its way in the system will go, and we'll leave that. We'll use water to make sure that it can never get clogged so we don't wind up contaminating our lines, right? Now that means that we could bring this up to our electrolyzer setup, wherever that may be. Meaning that we could... We could basically do that. Right? I mean, I think we could even put it there, but just for the sake of it, let's do that. And this becomes... This becomes a factory, right? So... We send filtration medium over here, i.e. sand or regolith. I don't think we have sustainable regolith, so it'll wind up being sand, which we have to deal with. There are other processes we have to deal with for that, right? So we send sand over, and then this isn't a loader. It'll be the receptacle once we have it researched. We're just using it as a placeholder, as I just said. And then clay that comes out of here will get put back into here and sent back. That way we're sending in sand, we're pulling out clay, and the pumps are pumping oxygen. The reason we need this gas pipe valve thing is that there's going to be plenty of times that some polluted oxygen gets through. And that needs to get cycled back down here so we can go back past the deodorizers. So that gives us our setup. Or, well, generally our setup, right? I'd prefer not, you know, it seems like a waste to do this with aluminum, but iron is going to be needed for steel, so let's say that those are the wires, right? Now, the other thing with this is we're going to need to cool all this. This is going to come out at... Well, actually, it should be self-cooling, right? Like, this is coming out at 60 degrees, but all this stuff is going to overheat at 75. So I think for the sake of... Just in case, we might want to pre-install some pipes, right? So let's say we just go... We could connect these. We don't have to break in there to do that, right? So let's just say... We put in that like that. Now we can connect those pipes to our loop and cool this area a little bit if the need arises. We could just leave them there and not use them, right? Power-wise, that's a lot of power, right? $240, $480, 610, plus the deodorizers, which are 10. Let's double check. Oxygen. Deodorizers take 5 watts. So 5 times 9. 45. So 660. So even on a regular wire, we're still not too bad. And the electrolyzers take 120. So 660 plus 240 puts us at 900. Then we would need 4 more pumps, plus 240 plus 240, puts us at 1380. So yeah, we could put all of our oxygen generation, including our electrolyzers, onto a single conductive wire, but trying to split it between regular wires, that would be problematic. So this bolts on real nice to the side of our base over here. What we could do is we could repurpose this area for electrolyzers, move our water tank. Is that reasonable? Maybe. Maybe not. What if we put the electrolyzers down here? Like, my inclination is to put them up here, but why am I putting them up there, right? Because we can move our hydrogen. Oh, yeah, our industry is up here. So we really should do it over here, because I don't want to have to reconfigure and move our entire industrial setup, right? Posture check. Every time I stroke my beard, I posture check because of you guys. Thank you so much for that. We're going to need a little bit more space because we need power distribution for all of this. So let's say we've got maybe like 4. So let's say like this is power distribution, which lines up nicely with this. So let's temporarily put that there just as a line, right? Now, what we could do, if we're trying to be super space efficient, we could put that there and that there, right? We then grab airflow tiles. There, and there. And we insulate there, right? We're going to put a solid tile because it makes it just a little bit more stable right there. Julie, how you doing? Let's do a shout out for Julie over here. Julie also streams Ani, and we are doing a co-op stream on... we're doing a co-op stream doing Stardew Valley on Fridays. So, Julie, how are you? Welcome in. I think I just asked that. You said you're well. It was a really rough morning, but streaming and playing Ani always makes me feel better. So... long answer, not so great, but getting better. Short answer, doing good. We'll go with that. Is that okay? We're planning the use of our polluted oxygen vent and setting up an electrolyzer setup here. Which, thank you for teaching me how to do all of that. Hydrate. Thank you, Julie. Everybody's hitting me with all the stuff today. Thank you so much. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we don't put more power distribution here. Right? Maybe we just move. We just put some up here. Just kind of get longer with this, right? So then we could put this here and here. That goes there. That would go there. Thank you so much, Julie. I really do appreciate that. What we could do then is we could do that for one of the elements, right? I'm guessing, I'm going to say... I'm going to say oxygen goes in there. It'll make the piping a little odd, but... not quite, though, right? Now, it might be... This might be a bad idea to do it like this, because that only gives that one tile of space for hydrogen to go through, right? Oh, I want this to work just because of the positioning, right? But... let's check our overlays real quick. Let's not get too distracted. We're gradually getting there. I like the spacing on this. This works, but we could build it a little different. I'm just a sucker for like rounding off edges and using as little space as possible when you're on a small asteroid, right? All right, let's proceed and then we'll make the changes, right? So on this side, we kind of need 2 pumps for the hydrogen because we're going to be storing all our hydrogen in here, right? I would like to be able to pump hydrogen from up here into this chamber. So that makes things a little complicated, right? We could put a tile there. And then we put a wall here because we're going to need an Atmos sensor. And then a vent here. Now, the problem with this is it's the same... Okay, it's not the same thing with the oxygen, right? It is. It is. We got to get... Okay, so this isn't going to work like this. Because we need to pump the oxygen we're going to make out of here into this chamber to do the plan I want to do to conserve as much water as possible. Because we need 1 chamber for oxygen, 1 chamber for hydrogen, right? So let's kind of scrap that, right? Kind of scrap that. What if we move the whole situation over 1, right? What if we waste just a little bit of space in here? And so water on the bottom, or whatever we have on the bottom, to make sure this doesn't overpressure. Then we can put an Atmos sensor. Should flip those. And we need tiles over that anyway, right? So we would need to do something like that. So let's say we put those there, and then an Atmos sensor. Yeah, guys, Julie taught me how to do this, so definitely go watch Julie. Put an Atmos sensor there, right? And we need 2 of them. We need an Atmos sensor in here saying, hey, if this is above a certain level of pressure in here, turn these off, because that means we're getting enough oxygen from our setup down here. Also, if it's below a certain amount of Atmos in here, turn these off, because we don't want to unprime this, right? So bam, 2 Atmos sensors. And basically one of them will be set super low, the other one will be set pretty high, right? And essentially, we need to set that up on the other side as well. But we could... I mean, it would be easiest just to mirror the whole thing, right? So boop, boop, boop. I mean, that's the theory right there, right? That's the theory. And that would be enough for 16 dupes if we ever want to go that high. And definitely plenty for 8 dupes. Plus, we've got the oxygen coming from here, so we can keep our water consumption as low as possible. Plus, get clay. Okay. So since this pipe is coming up from here, let's say this pipe is what's going into there. I think no matter what, we're going to end up leaving these pipes up, these pumps up here. Well, he built one of the pipes. No big deal. Let's let them run. This is going to be polluted dirt, rot pile. Okay, and thank you all for, thank you, Julie, for the positive vibes. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you all for just generally being awesome people. I really do appreciate it. We're doing a lot of work here. This is a big project, doing this kind of a challenge, right? Thank you, Barb. So oxygen will go in here. These pipes will then come out. I mean, they can go straight across and then come out like that, right? They don't have to do like the little arc thingy like we did here, I suppose. This is a little better for these because it has a little bit of space. Yes, please. And then this is going to be our hydrogen, right? And our hydrogen is going to need to come up. And then come out over to our main system over here. Which is easy enough. But let's make sure we got the interior of our system going, right? That means we can run our conductive wire like that. And blueprint-wise, we do not have enough dupes. We're working on getting infrastructure up so that we can take on more dupes. But we legitimately cannot... we literally cannot take on more dupes. It's just not a possibility at the moment. This isn't as awkward as it seems it might be. Okay. And then we really need a way to get the gas into here, because we're going to be putting our hydrogen directly into there, right? From any of the hydrogen. So there's our hydrogen in and out right next to each other, right? This would pump it in, and these would pump out to this system. Easy enough. Oh, very awesome. Homemade stuff is amazing. Okay. Okay, so let's look through the different overlays. Breathability doesn't matter. We drew in the power lines for everything. Temperature doesn't matter. Materials we'll deal with when we get there. Light doesn't matter. Water. Okay, so we need input pipes into these bad boys, right? I don't think it matters what water we use, so let's do that. But what I would like to do is have the option to run a cooling loop through here. And that should be sufficient to do that, but we can't connect those there. So we got to commit to something here. I want more radiant pipe than less radiant pipe. They make Nutella-filled ones too, but I promised Nether I'd do the don't eat crap deal with him. Yeah, I'm trying to limit sugar, spicy, greasy, all of that stuff for my surgery coming up, Julie. I gotta admit to myself that certain things irritate my system, even if I love them. No Daniel's hot chicken anymore. So I want to make sure that neither of these really has too much of a problem. Where are we going to be bringing our water in? Our water's only going to be going further down. There's no way our water tank's going to be going up. So let's commit to the idea that water is going to be coming from down. Now, what if this splits and then jumps rather than going in series? Right? Ooh, barbecue coming in. Excellent. We've got 32,000 calories of barbecue. Yeah, I'm trying to lower as much stuff as humanly possible, essentially. Okay, so let's say... I know it's a long run, but let's say we do insulated pipe and just come down to here. And then we'll be pumping water into there. Right now, we're kind of mixed tank working here. So that's a water input. That's a cooling loop. And all of the outputs we need. Cheese smells bad. You know, it's amazing how when you take yourself off something, it could become undesirable. I stopped eating and drinking all processed sugars one time, a long time ago. And if I drank a Coca-Cola, it would literally cause me massive pain. So, it's interesting how all that works. Never drank soda in your life. That's good. That's very good. I always feel like I'm missing something when I do this stuff. A six-pack of soda? Yeah. Yeah. I mostly drank a lot of iced tea, orange juice, all sorts of juices and stuff, but... I definitely had my fair share of soda as well. I think... I think that would work. To revolt. Water and OJ, much healthier than the stuff we were talking about over here. Drank unsweet, hot and cold tea mostly. Yeah, tea is amazing. I'm a big fan of tea. I kind of feel like this makes sense. Gives us a little room here to do a few more industrial things if we need to. Could easily throw in transformers up here, over here, whatever it needs to be to tap that, to get that conductive wire going. And we could change the way we route the polluted water coming in. Let me save that. Coffee comes in the mix too. Yeah, I drink a lot of coffee. That's one of the ones I got to work on for sure. I mean, our 16:30. We got 2 days of barbecue and almost 4 days of lice loaf. Thank you, Julie. It's coming together nicely. My goal over here is to start using this polluted oxygen vent because we just don't have enough water coming in. We're always scarce on water, right? So if I can combine all this stuff together to make sense, we can lean on the polluted oxygen vent first and minimize the amount of water we need for air. So that's kind of where we're at right now, and that's what we're planning. We actually don't need 2 Atmos sensors over here, right? We only need 1. We would need to be able to stop these if the hydrogen pressure in here gets super low, right? Because we want to make sure this stays primed. Then we need 1 in here for the electrolyzers. If it's high, the electrolyzers turn off. And then 1 in here for the pumps to turn them off if this gets super low. I'm doing it 1 layer at a time. Hate to have to run, but gotta head out. Yeah, absolutely. You have fun. You have fun. Whatever you're going to do. It was nice to see you. Thank you for stopping in and saying hi. I look forward to Friday when we get to play some Stardew. We do got to get the radiation research up and running because, yeah, it looks like everything else has been sorted. So we're going to have to deconstruct. I think we only have to deconstruct that 1 block, which will be helpful. Then we're going to go like this. Then we're going to put this at a 7 and this at a 6. Bye. Have a good one, Julie. Next thing is shipping rails, right? Doesn't matter which one is in and which one is out. We just need them built. Okay. Sorry, beard stroking. I'm contemplating whether or not we can feasibly move over to barbecue. I don't think we're quite there just yet, but we've got a bit of barbecue, so... But literally like 2 cycles, and it's taken us a while to stack it, so... It's not sweep stuff that could put them in the way of getting shot in the head with rad bolts. Dormancy in 1.4 cycles. We'll wall this cold back out as soon as we get the research done. It's going to come down to what order do we want to do all of this in. I think we have to build this section, other than 1 tile or something here. Yeah. Math is hard here. We don't want to have to break into here, right? This is where I kind of wish I had the blueprint mod. I would snip this whole bit of the blueprint and move it so that we could then move it back into place. I might start looking into mods now that we're doing stuff like this, because I see why they'd be way helpful. I'm just trying to look at the order that we have to build this stuff in, right? That's still going okay. Not the greatest, but okay. Okay, so what I'm thinking we have to do is this airflow tile, that airflow tile, like, we need to give them a way to get in here and build, right? Right? That being said, this is pretty easy to get down through, so we could put ladders here. So let's say we put ladder segments. We'd need one there. Actually, wouldn't even need that. They could still get up and down through that. So that would be the ladder segment to get down. So we would break these 2 blocks. They would come in here and be able to build everything, I think. Favorite fruit. I think I'm more of a berry person than a fruit person, which would be blueberries all the way. But when I was a kid, I probably would have said apples. Strawberries are like... I have stuff with strawberries in it all the time. It tends to be if you get blueberries, everything you get blueberries in also has strawberries in it. So I could take or leave strawberries most times. Occasionally I do get the hankering for them. But more of a blueberry person in general. If I had to pick a fruit, like I said, I probably would have said apples when I was younger, and a good apple is still awesome. I haven't had it in a long time, but I love plums. Used to like pears a lot. It's hard to get a good pear. Pretty much any fruit that you can get a good one, because so many of them are just all water or bitter, or you know what I mean? Like, there's just so much fruit that just, if it's just not grown properly and it doesn't taste good, pretty much any fruit that's grown properly, I'm down with. Pears, apples, oranges, plums. I don't get down on pomegranates usually, because they've got a lot of seeds in them. Fruits that need to be on the right spot to be... Yeah. Like, they need to be the right kind of ripe. Okay, I think if we break out these two tiles and these two tiles, they'll be able to build everything that's here. Right? They might have a hard time building a couple of these ceiling tiles, but we could break this out and get to this ceiling this way if need be. The other thing we have to think about is getting some sort of water in there. So break these two tiles instead. Yeah, we would probably just break one of these tiles on each side, come in from the top, put the water in there after it's sealed up. Right? Yeah, so did the power overlay, and we have a breakout point for that right here. Temperature doesn't matter. Element doesn't matter now. That's for priming. Liquid level. We have a water input here that'll split to both of the electrolyzers. We have points here. So we would need those to have insulated liquid pipes there and there at least. But we could even do those from this side, so that's not super important. But we'll put them there anyway. Right? Gas layers. We've got an in for our hydrogen, an out for our hydrogen, an in for our oxygen from down here, and an out for our oxygen over here. So that can all get built. Germs, that. Automation wires. We have the automation wire set up for the hydrogen side, which the only thing that's going to do is tell it to not pump if it gets super low. On the oxygen side, if it's above a certain level, then we turn off the electrolyzers, and if it's below a certain level, we turn off the pumps. Okay. I can't see anything we're missing. If anybody sees anything we're missing, let me know. Let's queue up those digs. And let's do it. Let's get working on it. Can't take forever on this, right? And we're doing it near the kitchen where there's a little bit of heat, so... Yeah, our barbecue's not going up steadily. But our lice slope is going up pretty fast, which is wasting water. Let's do some math. 7.06 meal wood per dupe if it's turned into lice wood, right? Lice loaf. So we've got 8 dupes times 7.06. Wait. No, we got 8 dupes times 7.06. That's 56. So how many do we have? $24 plus 12 is 36. 37, 38, 39. 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 66. We should definitely take at least 6 of these offline. 2, 4, 6. We might end up with some body temperature stuff, but I want to take these offline. And this is not because I'm worried about overproducing food, because we got a deep freezer. This is because I'm worried about overusing water. We don't have a lot of water, as I keep going over. This is our entire water source on the entire map. So we're looking at ways to minimize our water problems. We're grabbing as much ice, melting as much ice as we can around the map to augment it. And we're doing this whole setup in the same vein, right? So if we can slow down the lice loaf production and still be at neutral or positive calories, like we have a little bit of barbecue coming in. So if we've got a little bit of barbecue coming in and we go down to, what did we take offline? Well, whatever we did, we did. So remember when you guys were asking me, I think it was Barb was asking me what I would want to add to the game. Another thing from RimWorld, like, let's say we're zoomed out like this. If I were to double tap on something like mealwood in RimWorld, it would highlight all of the mealwood and give me a number of exactly how many are there. And then, like, if I zoomed in like this and did it, it only counts what's on the screen. And I think that would be helpful. That way we didn't have to kind of manually count mealwood. Unless it's right here. I'm an asshole. So we've got 60 up and running. And that'll bring it down to 58 once they uproot those. Right? Yeah, so we've got 58. 56 is how much we need. So we got a little bit over, so occasionally 1 or 2 of them can go offline in order to... Now, I don't like that we're digging out the ice over here, but I'm just at the point where we gotta make a move. This going into effect is going to get rid of this. We're going to put our infinite hydrogen storage over here and take this offline. These pipes will still exist for dispersing stuff, I think. These pipes will still exist as long as we're dumping hydrogen into the base. Once we're no longer dumping hydrogen into the base, then these pipes will stop existing. Come on, Pips. I want them to rummage and get 3 more acorns. What's going on here? Battery's at 0. Okay, what are we dealing with here? Oh, God. If we don't have power, we don't have access to our calories. We don't have anything. I think we're going to have to add another hydrogen generator, guys. This is eating too much power. Yeah. Oh, we could even put our tanks here. What did we clip? We're going to deconstruct these because they're just dumping heat that we don't need. Actually, you know what? No. We still actually need the heat. Oh, it's Adrian09. We're playing Oxygen Not Included on maximum difficulty. We're on a frozen forest. So we started with the whole map in negative temperatures, and we're gradually getting our base warm enough to feed our colonists. Right now we're working on augmenting our oxygen supply, doing a few things. And yeah, in general, we're playing on something super hard. What brings you in today? You playing you an Ani player, or are you more of a variety gamer? What's your poison? We do a lot of things here. We play Oxygen Not Included, RimWorld, Minecraft, games like Little Nightmares. We're going to be doing a run-through of Portal. I just saw... Actually, I haven't mentioned this yet, this stream, guys. Satisfactory officially put Update 8 in rotation. Like, it's officially... It's not out because the whole game is in pre-release, but Update 8 is now officially part. It's not an experimental branch anymore. And I've been talking about doing a playthrough of Satisfactory, so that might be something that's in the cards for us on the stream. Basically, we do a lot of different stuff here. Recently, the main focus has been colony builders, but prior to that, the main focus was Minecraft. We can't take anybody just yet. I think we take 2 tons of brine ice, though. We got plenty of wart seeds. Nice, nice, nice. Well, welcome in. Thanks for coming and saying hi. I started out having a bit of a rough morning, so streaming always helps me feel better about life and about my days in general. So that's why you see the streaming for mental health tag. Most of our community members have some experience with either mental or physical illness, so that's why you see the chronic illness tags on there. They might not be able to build all of this. Satisfactory, nice. Yeah, I've done a handful of playthroughs with friends. But never like a solo playthrough on my own status. So I think it would be nice to do, and never streamed it either. So I was considering doing that. A lot of our people like Factorio as well, but I've never gotten into that. So Satisfactory is like 3D Factorio, Barb. You build a factory and send parts up to space, and yeah, there's conveyor belts and oh, okay. Oh, that's right. It's Adrian. Yeah, you were in chat the other night. That's right. How are you doing? Sorry, I didn't recognize your name at first. Yeah. Yeah, Barb, it's a full-on logistics game. There's all this, like, basically, you know how in RimWorld there's the myth of the glitter world? And, Satisfactory. Yes, exactly. So you build a factory. Absolutely. Okay, so these gas pumps, we're gonna have to cancel these temporarily. And what we're gonna have to do is put in those guys. I'm gonna set this to sweep only for now, because we've got a few things over here, so. Okay, yeah. So, like, in Satisfactory, there are infinite nodes. Factorio has limited nodes, but Satisfactory, the nodes are unlimited. They're scattered about a big world, right? And you put mining drills on them. So, there's also pumps for water stuff. But the general gist is you put a mining drill on a node, and it outputs material: iron, sulfur, copper, limestone, etc., etc. And you process that, and you just keep going up and up the tiers, and it all becomes about maximizing throughput. I started playing SF in like update 5 or some, and I played it in a while so I might install it and play it again. Yeah. I played it at right around when Update 7 came out. A couple of friends of mine wanted to do Update 7, so I played it with them. And I learned a lot of good stuff playing with them, but they did play a little bit fast for me, so... and then I went back to do another playthrough and wound up playing with one of them again and also with Squiddy a little bit. And again, everybody else had a little bit more experience than I did, so... I kind of feel like I'd like to do a solo playthrough just for the experience of doing everything, you know? Actually, I'm gonna not put that on sweep only. But yeah, I'd like to give Update 8 a shot. A lot of the stuff in Update 8 seems really cool, like the kind of quality of life stuff you would normally have to use mods to do, you know? All right, so we need that research. We need that research, and we don't have enough power to keep up with it. What's the power draw? A little over another 1,000. Yeah, I tend to be pretty slow in the games I play in general. Hang on. Let me do a little bit of focus right here. Actually, let's do that. And then let's do that. It felt like my friend speedrun the game while I just played it more. Yes, literally the exact same feeling, Adrian. I'm right there with you on that one. That is exactly how it felt to me. So I'd like to do a more slow, casual playthrough and stream it type of thing. All right, and let's... Priority 7, that stuff. Priority 6, that stuff. And then we'll let them work this problem as we go. Oh, they made that pipe out of hot aluminum. That's kind of perfect. So we're going to add another 2 hydrogen generators to this equation. Might as well. Because we need the power to do our radiation research, and we need the radiation research to put in the machines that we need over here. So we need more power to do more research, to get the things we need, to get just non-stop circles with this game. Non-stop circles. It's fine, though. Everything is fine. Are you dormant? Yeah, you're dormant. And the extra power might be needed because we might have to increase our heat output somewhere. I have so many games I still need to complete that I haven't. Yeah. I have such a long wish list. Like, such a long wish list. There are just games upon games upon games that I want to play. I'm sticking to... So, I play a lot of RimWorld in addition to Ani, but I finished my long-term playthrough of RimWorld on Monday. So we're kind of doing a monthly challenge here. We play this seed. Sorry, let me slow down. Every month I pick a new seed with suggestions from the community on what we could all play together. This month I decided to play mine with a challenge of doing hard mode under the suggestion of some of our members. Like, hey, why don't you crank up the difficulty, remove teleporters, and play on a frozen planet. Quite frankly, this is pushing the boundaries of my skill, which is something I do enjoy, because it gives me the opportunity to grow as a player. But basically, I'm doing a challenge to try and get one of the win conditions, which is to build a monument. So the goal is to build a monument within the month, and there's a lot that goes into that, but... the long and the short of it is it's going to take a lot of work in a very short amount of time, And I picked very, very hard settings to do it. But there are a lot of games on the list. Satisfactory's on the list. There's a few other games on the list as well. God, my focus is... So, like the title says, today is... I put streaming for mental health because I had a really rough morning. And emotional stuff really does take a toll on your body. It seems like, oh, you know, you're upset, so no big deal. And it's like, yeah, but... Ooh, I've got an idea. I've got an idea, guys. 2, 3, 4. Why don't we actually make that a plate? Trying to finish Subnautica. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, Mr. Crow plays that. I don't want to say really afraid, but definitely not super keen on deep water. So what just occurred to me, guys, 1, 2, 3. We can put a joint plate here and just put the 2 transformers we need here to run this whole system. So we would have to flip that one like that. Do that one like that. We could theoretically just go like this. And that's the whole system. My mood is rapidly declining for absolutely no reason. I might put some music on and go build something on Minecraft. Alright, sounds good, Barb. I will probably get on the server later tonight. Although I am pretty exhausted, so... maybe, maybe not. Thank you for the stretch on your way out to the lurk. Much appreciate it. Ugh. Oh. God, this base is definitely looking pretty cool. Always. Always safe, always having fun. Oh, you know what? We got to put Linus back on operating. He's helping with building too much. We need to get him working the refinery to interject heat into our water system. Yeah, I hear you. You got to listen to your favorite music when you're feeling not so great. So, a cycle is 600 seconds, right? Let's actually look that up real quick. I'm pretty sure that's right. Ani, how many seconds is a cycle? 600. Okay, yeah, I did remember that correctly. So if we have, I mean, we could theoretically, no, we do 610. A whole cycle passes, then they have 10 seconds to hug it. We could maybe even do, let's give them 20 seconds, right? And then we set this incubator. It's already set to a 9, right? So let's do that. So in 600 seconds, this should turn on for 20 seconds. And our rancher is prioritized to do ranching above all else. Right? Ranching first and foremost. Let's turn tidying down to there. Same thing with life support. We want ranching top tier for suds at all times. Right? So that's got a 9. Then the other ranching priorities are here. 8. 8. These are a normal priority. And those should be the ranching duties. So the first thing they should do as soon as this turns on is prioritize going there. Unless they're asleep, and then they'll miss it. Right? Okay. Now, we did take some of the mealwood offline. Some of it is a little stifled, but we do have barbecue, so we'll keep an eye on it. We might have to bring these back online because they're going to stay warmer than the ones down here. So as per usual, we're keeping an eye on calories and temperature. It's just the nature of everything. It's just the nature of playing on this map. If I'd have done this before that playthrough where I spent a lot of time, like I had a long-term playthrough. We put literally 400 hours into the stream playthrough, right? And if I had done this map before that playthrough, I don't think I would have been able to even last this long. I'm very surprised that I'm actually able to last this long. Yeah, we're going to have to strip mine literally this entire map to get enough iron. We might even have to go to another planet, strip mine the entire iron on the other planet, and then launch it back over here. It's just to make enough steel. Okay, we're almost 4 hours in, everybody. Normally I stream for 6 hours. Lately I've been talking about how I want to put more and more time into streaming. That's why I've been doing Saturdays. When I went a little over, we went about 9 hours, 15 minutes on the other day when we were playing RimWorld. Let's get that uprooted immediately. And that really did kind of exhaust me. It was difficult to really get going yesterday. But all in all, I think I'd rather spend... I think I'd rather focus on doing what we need to do rather than setting a time. You know what I mean? Like, we're trying to get this and that done, so let's get those things done. If we get to the 6 hour mark and we're at a good stopping point, we'll call it at 6 hours. If we're in the middle of doing something, we'll keep going. Looking at the list of things to do yesterday, we've already gotten quite a few of them done. But Sorry, I got distracted by the fact that things are a little on the cold side. Are you seriously doing it from that side? Okay, good. You guys are doing it in the right direction. He was going to wall himself outside and suffocate. Like, seriously, guys. Dupes are just trying to die at this point. Let's get our gases up and running. I can even go there. And we just got to let them keep building. Game I really want to learn is Project Zomboid. You know, a lot of people have told me I should give Zomboid a try. I keep looking at it and keep being like, I should play this, I should play this, I should play this, and it just doesn't speak to me. But I know a lot of people play it, so as someone who does content creation, it's like, should I just play this game? You know, so... I have it, but I just don't really know how to do it. Yeah, I've watched a few videos. I have kind of an idea how you would do stuff, but not enough to really give you any type of advice on that one. Alright, with that hydrogen up, we should be able to do this. Could use a few extra batteries. Not something I'm willing to mess with right now, though. Friends with 400 plus hours on it, so I know where to get help. Yeah. Always good to talk to people who have experience in a game. I've got almost 1,200 hours in this game, and I've got over 1,300 in RimWorld. Ark Survival Evolved, I have somewhere around 7,000, and I think Minecraft, we did the math, I'm at somewhere around 3,000. So when I play a game, I play the hell out of a game, if that makes any sense. This game really, like, I didn't expect to play this game. I've told the story a few times. I found Francis John, he's a content creator, because I was watching his YouTube videos. And I was like, oh, this, for RimWorld. And I was like, oh, dude, this dude is really good at games. And I got to a certain point where I'd watched every one of his RimWorld videos and all the RimWorld and other videos that Minecraft, everything else that I had been wanting to watch. And so I was looking for something new to watch, and I was like, well, this game, Oxygen Not Included, looks kind of cheesy, but I mean, I like the way Francis talks about games. I like what he does. Maybe I'll give it a shot. Maybe I'll just watch his stuff and see what it's about. And I watched lots and lots and lots of hours of this game, right? And I wasn't even planning on buying it. I got to the point where I was like, you know, even if I buy it, I'm going to play it just like Francis anyway, so I might as well just watch him. There's no need for me to actually buy it because I'm just going to end up being a Francis clone anyway. And so I hemmed and hawed about it for a while, and it went on sale, $14 for the whole combo, the vanilla plus the DLC, right? And a few of my friends, I had talked about it on stream a little bit, talked about it with my friends in Discord chat, and they were like, I get in the chat one night, and they're like, Nether, we just bought Oxygen Not Included. And I'm like, really? I was like, yeah, I haven't decided to do it yet. They're like, well, the sale ends tomorrow, and we're going to start playing it. And I was like, oh, the sale ends tomorrow? And I couldn't say no. I had to do it. So that's basically what happened, as I was like, well, it kind of looks cool. I have most hours in is GTA 5 with 396 hours. That's still a good chunk of hours in a game. Alright. I'm gonna have to do that. We need to start heating stuff up even more. Our refinery is our quickest way of doing that, so we're gonna put our loop going into our refinery. Like we were doing before. Yeah, it took me a while to figure out how much my Minecraft was, because multiple worlds, right? I've spent most of my Minecraft time in my single-player world that I have going since I started, but I've also played a lot on our server recently, and I had a few other worlds that I started randomly, plus time in creative mode and all that, worlds that I deleted. So, my guess is around 3,000 in Minecraft, but can't be 100% sure, so... I did spend 2 years doing a build in Minecraft. Not every day, all day long, but it took me about 2 years to get everything done. I'll put the link up for anybody who wants to check it out. If anybody's watching the VOD back, the link to my YouTube will be in the description, and it's I think it's the first video on my homepage. So it's my Nether hub. In every Minecraft build, you need to have a good Nether hub for getting around the world, and I knew I wanted to get a really badass one even before I started playing. So I put the time in to learn what I needed to learn to make a cool one, and spent 2 years working on it. So there it is. The video, I recorded everything I did and took 2 years of footage and broke it down into a 4.5-minute video. So I forgot one thing here. Yeah. They have something like 700 plus hours on Minecraft. Yeah, Minecraft is a good one. Like, across the board, a great game. I love the creativity. I'm not like a speedrunner or a PvP or combat style guy. Like, I know you guys, you and Dog play a lot of shooter type stuff, but I legitimately can't even play shooters. Like, they're not fun for me. And on top of that, like, I'm terrible at them. So, I tend to like the games more like Minecraft that are very creative. I'm getting scared about temperature again, guys. We added 2 more hydrogen generators and planned out our whole oxygen system. We're gradually making progress on it. But our hydrogen vent is now inactive, so the banked hydrogen we have, which is a lot, is all the hydrogen we have to power everything, and we're consuming more power than we were because we've got our radiation research up and going right now. And our base is chilling out a little bit because we had to break out into some cold areas to get a few things done. Me and some friends played the Better MC mod pack, and we spent like 100 hours on that server. That's awesome. We have a community Minecraft server. If you go into the Discord, Adrian, and you feel like joining us, you just have to thumbs up the rules that Squiddy posted. Him and I are partners in putting the server together and maintaining it. And so if you go in there and thumbs up the rules, it'll open up all the channels, and you can add yourself to the whitelist if you want. No pressure, obviously. But Killer plays on there, so does Barb, myself, Squiddy. Pretty much everybody in our community who plays Minecraft has been added to the server so we can all play together, which is really cool. I've been enjoying it a lot. Built a castle. Barb is building a fishing village next door to that. Squiddy and I did a stream last Saturday where we built a clock tower in the main area. Oh, we're taking the lime 100%. Not even a question on that. I love how the base is just gradually expanding out small bits at a time. Man, fighting the cold is just such a beast. Just such a beast. We might actually start having to start lay down even more, like lay batteries back down at one point. If our temperature starts dipping enough. You know what? I'm gonna bring these back online. I know I just took them offline. I should have been thinking more clearly. Should have actually brought more online until we got to the time that thing shut down. You know, get as much calories banked during the off season of the hydrogen vent as we possibly can. I think I might even build some in over here. Everything is so dependent on everything else in this colony. Everything needs everything else. Like, this needs to be up and running so that we're not using as much water. These need to be, like, everything needs to be running so that everything can be running, type of thing. Getting ahead of that curve is going to be necessary for us to actually achieve the end goal of getting a monument built. We got plenty of iron ore and aluminum ore, and there's more to dig on the map. That's the big deal on this, because that's what's injecting heat is our metal refinement at this point. Usually something you're like worried about, but at this point we need the heat. It's so funny to be fighting cold instead of heat. So many of these playthroughs are, shit, we don't have enough cold. This one is definitely, we don't have enough heat. Yeah, once that hydrogen vent went down... Yes, you do, Adrian. And Squiddy and I are the ones that manage the server, so when one of us gets a chance, we'll pop on and add you and let you know. It is a building hangout supportive server. PvP is actually disabled. You can't actually hurt people in the game. We sometimes turn PvP on for events and stuff like that, but for the most part, it's off. But yeah, we'll get you sorted out ASAP. All right, I think we got to take this place. There's too much cold down here. That's why I left that there. Okay. On the plus side, we've got some hot water coming in here, which is going to keep our base the right temperature. Oh yeah, that is the hard part, remembering the name, isn't it? Our operator is over there. Because we had taken this... Yeah, because they can't breathe over there. Right. Now, what I'm kicking myself about, that I keep talking about as I look at these plants, is we should have massively overproduced while we had this hydrogen vent going. We take 16,000 a cycle, so we've got about 5 or 6 cycles worth of food. So if these don't keep growing, we're going to have to go back to mush bars, which is going to be a problem in and of itself, so... There's always a way through, though. There's always a way through, everybody. We've survived 191 cycles. We're not going to give up without a fight, no matter what happens here. And I think we snipped that radiant pipe there. Because that's sucking in cold over here. It was pulling in heat from the hydrogen vent, but let's close our loop up just a little bit. I'm going to leave this one here, though, because that's kind of acting as a barrier with these, and it doesn't have radiant pipe, so it's not going too hard. What's the shulker full of screw? Awesome. Yeah, when and if I get on later, provided I'm awake enough to do so, I will probably do a lot more wood harvesting. I really want to. I like the idea of doing that tree in the central courtyard, or not central courtyards. What would it be called out front of the castle? Whatever that area out front of the castle is, I would like to. I'd like to get working on that tree crystal thing, and I definitely want to time-lapse it. And I'm going to need a lot of wood for that project, so when I'm just hanging out and not sure what to do, I'm probably going to be spending a lot of time harvesting wood and stockpiling wood. Plus, a lot of the other build projects we all tend to use a lot, so if I wind up doing stuff with Squiddy, I'm sure we'll wind up tapping into some of my wood as well, so I can never have too much wood. Alright, speaking of snipping things, let's do that. We don't need to be pulling in, all the cold from over here. Kind of the same thing over here, but it's not really a lot colder over here, so... Yeah, those are not going to grow. The dirt we put there is too cold. Well, let's not waste resources. We'll have to uproot those. I know I just put them down, but we'll uproot them. Got almost a shoulder. I found an amazing song. Awesome. You know me, I love music. Yeah, send it over. I'll take a listen. Always happy to listen. I can't guarantee I'll like everything, but I enjoy music in general, so... Drop in the middle. Oh, Killer was saying something to Adrian. Awesome. I could scroll up and check that, but I believe it's just Killer being super nice, as Killer usually is. Alright, as long as we don't run out of material to refine while this thing is offline, I think we'll be okay. Because our water's getting nice and toasty down here. 21 degrees is good. So as long as we can keep refining the cold water and refining metal and adding heat to the water, I think we'll be okay. It's a tough call, as this whole playthrough has been, but I'm usually one of the builders on the Minecraft servers I'm on with my friends. Awesome. Yeah, we do a lot of building. Everybody does a lot of building. There's a few people who build farms as their main thing, but most of us like to build like cool structures and stuff, so you'll fit in, be right at home there. I can't add you in right now. I'm sure if Squiddy's on and sees it, he'll add you, but if not, I usually end stream in about 2 hours from now, so I'll get on and check that and add you in. God, I'm getting nervous again, guys. That hydrogen... I'd never thought I'd be nervous about a hydrogen vent going off, let alone... Jesus. It's like you're always trying to fight the heat from vents like hydrogen vents. And now I'm over here like, damn it, what do I do without the hydrogen heat? I've made some really cool bases when I used to play a lot of Minecraft. Yeah, that's awesome. If you have any pictures and you want to, if you want to share them, feel free to post them up in the chat. I love playing in Minecraft. I've been building in my single-player world for years, and on the server, I just kind of went ham. I've been working on the Pirate Cove since the start of the weekend, but got distracted and built a castle. Played like tons and tons of Minecraft every day for almost probably about a month and a half to build a castle. Then we did a whole event at the castle where we did like, we turned on PvP for the event and had everybody have crossbows and do like deathmatch, solo deathmatch type thing. We did hide and seek. We did snowball fights. I also built a game. We have a games and shops district, but it's kind of, there's not much over there. There's like Avid built a gambling machine for totems, and I built a snowball fight arena, and we haven't really done much else over there. A lot of people just kind of interact and help each other, you know, with whatever, so... There's not a lot of commerce, because pretty much it's like, hey, can anybody trade me for this? And people are like, oh, no, you can just have it. I have 2 more songs to listen to, then I get dangerously close to my safety line for Radiohead listen time. Yeah, listening to too much Radiohead can definitely affect... like, sometimes it's good to listen to music and feel like you're listening to the moods you have and that you're not alone, but other times you listen to it and it amplifies that mood, so... you know, everything with a grain of salt and all that. I've told the story before because you've mentioned Radiohead a bunch of times. My buddy was like, man, I thought I was really depressed, and then I realized the problem was that my favorite band was Radiohead. Do these deteriorate or stay stored forever? There goes our Radbolt research. Ooh, awesome. Yeah, are you depressed or is Radiohead your favorite band? Exactly. Yeah, same, Adrian. I've got stuff on in the background right now. Sometimes my mic picks it up depending on how loud I feel like getting, you know? There's a gap in between. There's a gap where we meet, where I end and you begin, and I'm sorry for us, the dinosaurs roam the earth, the sky turns green, where I end and you begin. I'm assuming those are lyrics from a Radiohead song, right? Nice. Those are good lyrics. I think I'm on the amplifying feelings at this point. Gotcha. Maybe take a little break then from Radiohead. I mean, you know, don't let me stop you from listening to your favorite band, but yeah, that sounds like a great plan. Get you some improved carry. Improved carry 2. Yeah. It's good to balance the sad, commiserating with the playlist with the happy. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna leave that connected because why not? Those will provide a little heat over there. Our water's doing nicely. That's a good thing. We're moving the ice into our tank, and then we're heating up our tank with our refinement, so we are getting just that little bit more water in, which is good. I'm actually getting a little nervous about the size of our water tank right now. Let's get ahead of the problem. I disagree. I'd like the heat to come through, because we need the heat on these plants. The water is actually the warmest thing on our map because we're heating it up. Here? Or over here? Yes. Once we get the ice in, I'll do that. I want that water. All right, have a good shower. See you soon. Love you too. This will also give us the opportunity to get the pump at the bottom of the situation. I'm actually pretty impressed with our ability to keep this base stable, given how much we're breaking out into the cold. Research is complete. Excellent. We are going to snip that line then. We don't need any more radiation research, and for now, we can let's wall that cold out on that side. Now that we've got the research we need, because what we needed was this guy right here. So many systems we have to have in place for everything to work properly, but feels kind of like we're getting to a good spot. Ah, yes. Oxygen not included. We're up to 1 ton of steel, guys. We can almost afford an aqua tuner. That lime that came in, that was phenomenal. Let's get that stuff built so that we can not have a problem with our water tank. That's 5 tons of brine ice. That's 5 tiles. Yeah, we need to get that sorted. Well, some of our problems are doing all right. Remember when I was like, if we absolutely have to, we can dig out and grab the ice outside the map? Well, we did some of that. I mean, we might get to the point where the heat from the hydrogen vent is pulling us too far in the other direction. Then we'll have to figure out how to deal with that. But those are future nether problems. It's amazing how far we've come in such a short time, guys. I am very much enjoying this. I like a challenge. I always thought I didn't like challenges, but it's becoming more and more apparent that I enjoy a good challenge. As long as it's something that I'm interested in, I don't like to be forced to try and break through a problem. That like if I have passion for something, I'm gonna do it. It doesn't matter what it is, I'm gonna do it. Which is where all of the stuff from this is coming from. It's so funny how bases just kind of take on this weird shape, right? Like all these different shapes to get the different sections. Like the kitchen over here is such a weird shape. Like we could have theoretically moved this up and over one or two. It's like a whole thing. Like how much space do you want to waste versus what shapes do you want to use? I mean, we haven't had a single stress reaction through this whole thing. I think that in and of itself is a win. We do have a massage parlor going, and Killer tends to wind up on that table quite a bit. So, I mean, we do have a lot of downtime for our dupes. They're not working at their full potential because they're stressed. But considering, I think the highest stress we ever had is like 52 or 53%. Doing work underwater. Okay. Oh, I didn't realize our printer came online. I can't find any pictures of the base right now, but I do still have the servers and worlds for some of them. Oh, awesome. We are taking tofu. We can't take dupes on currently, and calories are awesome, so... 93,000 calories. On the plus side, we've got our pipes running through here. So the heated material is heating up. We're almost creating like a heat barrier right here, which is good. And that's getting our water tank nice and toasty so that the water we're sending out is actually heating these things up to a good temperature. We will balance. We will balance the temperature. We will balance the calories. We will balance the madness. I'm going to snip that for now in the hopes of getting the rest of the base better oxygenated. Yep. This is going to be good. This is going to be good, everybody. Once this system is in place, and that's basically my plan, is to get this system in place before the end of stream today. You know, the normal time we go is about an hour and a half away, but we're going to go until we get this system in place and up and running. Then tomorrow we can worry about how we're going to keep the sand supplied to it, because that's going to be a whole thing in and of itself. We might have to do some micromanaging of crushing some rocks. Like the sedimentary and sandstone, we could probably crush out real good. Igneous, we're still feeding to the stone hatches. I don't know that we're going to keep the stone hatches online forever. We need the coal. I don't even know what the best course of action is, quite honestly. We need coal for refined carbon. We don't need it for fuel. We've got hydrogen. The hydrogen vent and our oxygen generation should provide us enough hydrogen to keep the base power. I say should. There's always ifs, right? If we can get to space and get some plastic reasonably quickly, which I mean reasonably quickly, what, like maybe in 100 cycles or so, I'd say, we could get some plastic, come back here, and put in some geothermal power. Hypothetically, we could create a thermal injector down here for heat to be injected into the base, or into a into our loop type of thing. But I think the work that we'd have to do to put into that versus by the time we put the work in to do that, we could have put other systems into place type of thing. Heat gets made through other activities that we need to do anyway, so... I think I'm going to eat grilled chicken for dinner, guys. I think I'm going to go get some grilled chicken and some broccoli, steam up some broccoli, and enjoy that. Not right now, obviously, when we get there. Yeah, Killer's just going to keep getting stressed out. Oh, that's cool that he can peek into that corner and get breath. Killer's going to be doing work underwater and in the cold, so we're going to keep losing him to stress repeatedly. Flawless transition there. Welcome back. Glad you're feeling better. We expanded out the liquid tank, moved the pump. Send me anywhere but to my death. I'm not sending you to your death. You're doing fine. You're just stressed out is all. Which I don't blame you. You're underwater and in the cold. Who wouldn't be stressed under those working conditions? Although, Julie's the one that's more stressed than anybody at the moment. Killer's down to 36. Having this as an actual massage clinic has definitely increased the rate at which we can mitigate stress, but it is pulling on our power. All right, calories are back going positive. Posture check, stretch, and hydrate. Thank you, Keller. Oh, let's do the things. Ah. Oh. $100,000 calories, all in a deep freezer. Yes, of course. Question. What can I do for you? Can you fit a storage thing besides the hydrogen vent there? Yes, I had one down there. Why? Oh, to warm up the dirt. It's not a bad idea at all. Actually, let's do a regular storage. Then I can be... Dear God. No, it's not going to work either. The hydrogen... Let's not worry about that right now. The hydrogen vent is offline for another 50 cycles. So let's not worry about that right now. We have more important fish to fry at the moment. Unreachable dig. Let's cancel that for a moment then. No, but good suggestion. Very good suggestion. Barb, you've done the timer thing on the eggs, right? What timer settings do you use? I've got it on 600 red, 20 green. I feel like I might need a little bit more green so they have time to get there. Thank you. How much barbecue do we have? 32,000 still. Yeah, slow intake of barbecue. The spicy tofu got us a little bit, and we're just gonna have to keep going. It looks like the vast majority of our mealwood is online. And since we're digging stuff out as we go here, we actually have more dirt online. Plus the pips are gradually working on this stuff over here. Oh, this guy. I keep wondering where that guy goes, and he's just hanging out in the hydrogen vent trying to get cooked. On the plus side, in the background, the map is getting swept up. All of our stuff is just getting stuffed over here. I mean, not necessarily the best way to store things, but better than having it all over the map. Yeah, I didn't really even think about it. The fact that, like, you were saying about the dirt, like, it makes perfect sense, right? Like, they keep grabbing cold dirt, which is why our mealwood keeps having trouble staying online even when we have a proper amount of heat. Absolutely should have had all the dirt down here. Welcome back. God, everything goes slow with a low number of dupes. The cycle sensor. You know, I was wondering if it was the cycle sensor or the timer sensor. Zero and 15. Okay. Okay, we're just watching the ant farm, guys. We're just watching. That's also because my ranchers tend to be on 9 with high priority all the time. Oh, I'm gonna have these are gonna be set to 9. The incubators, they're already set to 9, so it'll be the first thing they do is go to hug the egg. Yeah, it occurred. That had occurred to me that if they weren't set at the top priority and you only give them a small window to be on, that there's a good chance they'd be doing something else. So. I'll go play a quick round of Overwatch to calm my nerves. Yeah. Go have fun. I'll be here when you get back. I'm not going anywhere. Although what I think I'm going to do, guys, because it looks like we're going to be going a little late, I am going to take another quick restroom break. You know, liquid in equals liquid out and all that. I'll put up Bobby's links again, so if you like the music on the channel, go check them out. I will be right back. Everybody go grab a drink, snack, whatever the case may be that you need, and I'll see you all back here in just a moment. right, everybody, I am back and ready to go. So what did Barb say about this? 0 and 15, right? 0 and 15. Let me make a note of that on my little notepad. Cycle sensors, 0 and 15%. Excellent. One of the hard bits here is we have them sweeping materials out of here. I don't want to be leaving materials in here because the goal is to not have to break back in here ever. So... I mean, they're not doing too bad, actually. Okay, hopefully that gets the eggs hugged. Which will help something? I don't know. I know it's a good thing if the eggs are hugged. Do I know why it's a good thing the eggs are hugged? No. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll add them when I get done. Killer, would you mind messaging Squiddy and asking if he's available? I don't know if he's streaming, but if he's not, would you mind messaging him and letting him know? Because he could hop on and take care of that. And if he can't, I'll do it after stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, they did plant that one. Good job, Pips. Now that came from this tree, which we don't have any pips, so maybe when your dupes harvest them, there's a chance too? God, so many mechanics that I'm like fuzzy on. Like I know a lot of stuff, but there's other stuff that I don't know. Thank you so much, Killer. Like I said, if he can't do it before I get on, I'll make sure I get it done as soon as I get done with stream. I'll even do it before I go get food, because I'm gonna have to cook food anyway. So. I wish you could kind of like zoom on the temperature gradient, right? Like this is the full temperature gradient. I kind of wish you could like be like, okay, Let me look at the temperature gradient between 0 and 10, and then everything that's not 0 and 10 goes gray. And then you could kind of see like a broader spectrum, like a more refined spectrum, or vice versa, you know? Like, let me look at this temperature spectrum between 500 and 1,000 instead of like absolute 0 all the way up, because the colors encompass a very wide range in the colors that they are. Like, we've only got these: absolute 0, cold, chilled, temperate, warm, hot, scorching, and molten. And I mean, I guess that's enough, but at the same time, when you're looking at very specific temperatures for everything, sometimes it'd be nice to have a little bit finer of an ability. I'm sure there's a mod for that. Just like RimWorld, there's a mod for everything, so... And I think Killer is on the table. Killer's probably going to go on the table. Mods all the way. There are a handful of quality of life mods that I might end up installing on this game. It is taking so long for the oxygen to spread out from where it's being... Yeah, it'll be fine. Everything will be fine, but dear God. I'm going to do a little swap out on my playlist over here. Put on something a little more chill. Yeah, this was the other reason I was worried about starting up the Pip Ranch again. Even though we've got like 1,500 units of lumber, these trees are halted. And as long as the trees are halted, we run the risk of the pips dying of hunger, so... So the oxygen here is about... Okay, so that's the problem. These need to be 15 to 40, and we're just hovering around the, like, 14 range. So, no, we don't need much more heat, but we need more heat over there. One mod that zooms all out all the way so I can see the... Oh, you can do that if you hold Alt-S. Killer. If you tap Alt-S, it goes into screenshot mode, hit escape, and there you are. It's part of vanilla. Like, and now that I hit escape, I can do anything that I can do. I think the thing is, if you zoom in like this, you can't zoom back out with the screenshot stuff, but you hit Alt-S, go out, tap it again, there you are. So I guess it takes out one of the steps, but my hands have just gotten used to the hotkey, so... Yeah, of course, of course. Always gonna share any tricks and tips that I come up with, or learn. got 19 cycles left on that thing. We are going through hydrogen, I don't want to say at an alarming rate, but faster than this cycle is going down. Yeah, killer's on the table. You know what? We got to get Linus. Oh, it's like Linus is injecting the cold. I mean, injecting the heat. So let's get Linus building again. Yeah, because he's the only one that can build that stuff anyway, right? Gonna need to deconstruct those to get at that. Gonna need to deconstruct these to get down at the lower stuff. God, it'll also be nice, like, when we get the Dash Assault Vine farm up, that means we'll have broken into the chlorine biome, and then we can actually set up some tanks in there and set up a decontamination chamber. Because it'll be nice to get germs out of our water. So much of our base is covered in germs. Well, actually, no. Our water supply is covered in germs. I guess we're using the water for food, so we wind up with food poisoning more often. But then again, we're deep freezing food, which kills germs. Yeah, I actually haven't noticed a lot of food poisoning in a while. And apparently putting germy water into an electrolyzer doesn't produce germy air? Okay. Let's keep an eye on that. I don't think we've gotten a lot of food poisoning in a while, so maybe we're at the point where we've kind of dealt with our food poisoning problem for the most part. Food poisoning. Germ-covered lice loaf. Okay, I was wrong. Oh, we got a little radiation coming through there. Didn't even realize that. Well, it is what it is. Nobody's gotten horrible radiation, so... So it looks like Linus and Killer basically alternate. One of them builds, the other one goes on the massage table. Alright, I'm going to attempt to go on a 2 for a little while here. Unreachable dig. Okay. Oh, I see why. We could put a ladder right there and fix that. Even Nisbet's operating at this point. Fair trade between us. Got 1.6 tons of steel, which is pretty awesome. You know what? In order to... We're going to need to purge this... nah, we don't. Do we? We do. It'll drive me crazy if we don't purge the CO2 from this system, so we're going to need that vent there. I'm almost willing to let polluted oxygen into our base. We need to analyze this, right? Yep. Dupes might get a little sick, guys. Julia's field research, right? Yeah. Oh, it's emitting anyway, so, yep. There are going to be germs, like, everywhere. Slime lung, yay! This is going to be fun, guys. And by fun, I mean, ugh. Now, on the plus side, that's coming out at 60, so it'll interject some heat, but it's going to make everything nasty. I'm like, I'm willing to let slime lung into our base. Why not? All right, we're getting this system online today if it freaking kills me, and it very well might. That might actually be a blessing in disguise right there. It was a figure of speech. Figure of speech. Come on, dupes. Welcome back, Barb. I'll get a stretch going. I decided to open up the polluted oxygen vent just to get this party started and get it analyzed. So of course now we've got a little slime lung coming into the base. You know, just a little healthy slime lung. How was your Overwatch? Yeah, we're working on a system for that. This is gonna need sand for this whole system. I'm just not ready to put it in. We'll deal with a little slime lung. We gotta get this analyzed and get this stuff swept out, then we can button it up. And once it's buttoned up, we'll be fine. You know what? I changed my mind. I don't care if there's a little carbon dioxide in the system. It's never gonna go where it's never gonna get in the way. Gonna go make something to eat. Want anything? Yes, I want all of the things. I'm getting kind of hungry. No, I'm gonna go until this gets done. We're on a 2. I feel pretty confident on the 2 at the moment. We're not changing any core systems, so... Put this on sweep only for now. What do we got in the printer? Doesn't matter. We have to take the glass. Care packages only. Ooh, burgers sound so good. I'm already in trashy food withdrawal. Yeah. I am going to get grilled chicken and broccoli after stream. Yeah, I ate a lot of broccoli the other night, and I want more broccoli again. It's delicious. I need Julie to research this. She is asleep. As soon as this is research, we can button this whole thing up. I think. Oh, there it goes. Come on, Julie. Finish the research. Alright, so no more polluted oxygen should enter the base, so whatever's in there is what we're dealing with. Okay. Let's move these things, people. Move it! Nobody. Nobody. Let's try this again. The move to command glitches every once in a while, it seems like. Had Philly cheesesteak quesadillas tonight. Ooh, that sounds good, Zed. That data disk. Okay. I know I'm quiet, guys, but I am desperately trying to get this thing done. This contraption is hooked up, but we can't really turn it on until we finish this contraption up here. Time for your last cup of coffee? I had my last cup of coffee a very, very long time ago, but I will enjoy hearing about yours. Okay. Power is run. Liquids are run. Gas is run. Okay. Now on the plus side, we wound up with some brine liquid in here, so we don't have to like pull shenanigans to get it in there. Plus we'll have one fluid here, and we could stack another one on top a lot easier. You know, same thing down here. Hooray for things accidentally working out sometimes. Ooh, cool. I'll check it out in a little bit, Keller. Right, because I destroyed that ladder that we need to get up there. Let's slow back down a little bit, check our temperatures, check everything a little bit. What's the boop boop? Okay. We are slowly but sure. Did we do a shout out for Zed? I think we did one earlier, but I'm going to do another one just in case we didn't. Zed 3900. Guys, go check out Zed. I think we did the shout out. But, you know, like I said, stressful day. Things are all kind of starting to bleed together, so, Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Killer. Linus is building. I started hearing the boop boop noise, so I slowed back down to a 1, and now we don't have any boop boops going on. Boopity boopity boop. Now, getting the liquids in here is going to be a little bit of a chore, but the bottom one should be way easier than the top one. We'll probably have to crack open some of these tiles and do a few things, but we'll do what we have to do. We're also going to have to purge these. Oh, priming these systems is going to be a motherfucker. I got some ideas. We'll try and pull all the tricks out here. Actually, it won't be too hard to prime the hydrogen side. Because we have hydrogen and we have a way to get... Actually, yeah, it won't be hard to prime these at all. We just vacuum them out to nothing and use the inputs we've already created. My wife's car is in the shop. Now tires and a transmission will be less than $5,000. So now she's just looking for a new car. Yeah, greater than $5,000. Sorry. Yeah, sometimes it's just better to just get a new car at that point, right? are you standing there? Alright, so we've got some brine in here. We need to get something else in there. It's one of those moments where we got to do some trickery. Okay. Oh god, tell me it all just went together into one bottle again. Of course it did. Okay, so for anybody who doesn't know what I'm doing, I'm trying to get a small enough container of water that I can drop some in here without overpressurizing the electrolyzer. Because we have to layer two liquids on top of each other. Over here we just need one for the vent. Over here we need two, so the whole thing is submerged. Then we need to vacuum out these areas completely, and then we need to prime the left side with hydrogen and the right side with oxygen. Then we're done with this system up here, and this system down here can come online once we power it up and have enough sand to put it in. Yes, that's what we're doing. But the container that dropped, it all got aggregated together. So instead of getting a few containers of a small amount of liquid, we got one container of a lot of different. One container of a lot of liquid. Yep. Oh my god, I need less than 2 kilos. Less than 2 kilos. Can we please less than 2 kilos? Little bit of micro. Okay, we're almost there. Layering water. Little bit of micro, and we're good. Alright, that should actually be it. In fact, if this works well, we could just build these tiles after we build this one and be done with it. That ice is 357 grams. 196. Yeah, so when that ice melts, it'll be fine. Spicy bacon cheeseburger is what I'm having, and mushroom and Swiss burger for my sister. Oh, mushroom and Swiss would be my choice on that one. Oh, that sounds delicious. I'm gonna behave though. I'm gonna treat my stomach good. I'm surprised how well our temperature is holding up, all things considered. Linus coming in with the hydrate. How you doing, my dude? Your character is handling things like a champ. Although he does need to take the occasional massage table break from stress. So, you know, I'm sure you can relate. Alright, Killer's eating dinner. Let's go a little faster. Lurking as always. Appreciate you, my dude. Well, that's not working. Probably because the CO2 can't leave there, so the water can't occupy that tile. Because the ice melted. Okay, so if we delete this and then rebuild it, it should be fine. Of course not. Couldn't be that easy, right? Couldn't be that easy. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Adrian, I mean, it's going, is the best I can say. It's that thing where you're like, I just need to get one more thing done. And then it just takes forever and forever and forever. Like, we're so close. In theory, this should already be done. But, of course, it's Ani. And all the water that's on the... Okay, so I'll just mop up some of this. Okay. Squiddy hasn't responded or done it yet. Okay. Like I said, if he's not available, I'll take care of it when stream ends. So let me see if he had a chance to... Yeah, no stress. I just thought maybe if he was around, he could do it. But, you know, if he's live, don't bug him. I mean, he's live. If we're... that's why I'm not doing it, because I'm live. If he had done it, he probably would have responded. So we'll get it done when we get it done. Okay. Slowly but surely. So hopefully it works this time. It's only my second time building a submerged electrolyzer. So it'll be what it is. It's just going to take a little bit of time. We either wind up with bottles that are just way too much water or way too little water. But either way... Coffee is awesome. That's good to hear, Laz. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Speed it up a little bit. but has trouble getting into the website for your guys' server. Okay. How much water is in here? 92 grams. There's just not going to be enough. I have this feeling like that's not quite enough. This is the hard part about most of the complicated stuff in Ani is it requires so much micromanagement. Like, we're kind of exploiting game mechanics, right? That's what it's supposed to look like. Okay. That's what it's supposed to look like. Now, how are we going to do the other one over here? We're going to need to deconstruct that and deconstruct this. Well, that's going to prove a problem. Maybe. Well, we'll see. All right, how's the rest of the base doing? We're calorie positive. Things are green. I swear to God, we're gonna figure out how to get this done. Okay, so yeah, that's it's a failure on that one. Yay, video games. You know what? Hang on. I'm going to cancel that. We're going to deconstruct. No. Never mind. We'll deconstruct those. Oh, I had to do something complicated, right? But I mean, I guess it's the same thing as yesterday. We were working on the kitchen yesterday, and that took most of stream. And there are small victories. The pips are working again to a certain extent. We've got 2,400 units of lumber. And we're over 116,000 calories, which is nice, because 16,000 a cycle is a lot. Yay, dupes. Right. Guys, for just a second, we're going to stop mushing because it's getting in the way of my water thing. Every time I get some water together to do this project, the dupes pick it up and use it for mush. Let's consolidate the brine. Okay. I mean, it doesn't help that a bunch of people are stressed out and keep going to the massage parlor. Can't get any work done while that happens. So, thank you for lurking, Vile Enchantress. Appreciate you coming in. We're almost done for the day, guys. I said at the like a little while ago, I'm not going to stop until we get this this system built. I'm not 100% we can actually bring it fully online, but we're going to do our best. I kind of know how I want to deal with all of this stuff, but we're going to have to prime the system. Then we're going to have to pipe over water, which I know how I want to do, but... You know what? I'm going to link this system in, because there's some heat in there. Okay, what do we got? Brine. Excellent. Now mop this brine up. Right? And that water. We've turned off the mushers so that we don't accidentally pick up the water we're trying to use to do our submerged electrolyzer tricks. To put into the mush. Oh, that's pretty damn perfect right there. We're just going to move all of this water. Okay. One of the problems we're dealing with here is temperature. We got stuff flashing back and forth between ice and liquid. Probably should have just grabbed some of the ethanol we created to do this, like I originally intended, but I was like, oh no, this won't be a problem. Boop, boop. Just a couple of more pieces, and this is set up. Oh my god. It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Is it? How much is up here? Yeah, it's not going to be enough. Slowly but surely. What do we got, guys? What do we got? Lime, 100% lime. Excellent. That's bringing us way closer to our goal. At least there are a few things going our way. This might be a very frustrating process, but at least the printing pod gods are being nice to us today. I just want to get a little brine down here for our vent. Then we can button this up, and then everything else should be reasonably easy to get this going. I don't know that we're actually going to fire it up for today, guys. That might be tomorrow, just so that we can get a nice victory right off the bat. Printing pod Randy. Yeah. It's funny, because if you watch Francis, he talks all the time. Like, when he's playing Ani, he talks about RNG and whatnot. And then, at one point or another, he plays RimWorld, and then he starts talking about Randy. Like, oh, damn it, Randy. And then when he went back to Ani after RimWorld, he started being like, damn it, Randy, even on the stuff that, you know, wasn't Randy. So, I think it's funny. Why? Stretch. Thank you, Barb. I am running out of steam here. I mean, I was pretty much run out of steam before we started today, but definitely at this point, I'm just going out of like extreme, like I have to get this done. Like I started a project, this project needs to get done. Steam has condensed and turned into ice. I just want to get enough here that it starts sliding over an extra tile. That'll mean that I have enough there. I mean, if we keep doing projects like this, at this rate, we will wind up getting a cycle 500 and just waiting for RNG to give us what we need. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. It seems to me like that thing has been put together, right? I'll need to delete this for them to be able to build all of that. Excellent. Then what we need... We're going to put a liquid reservoir over here. Which means we need stuff below it. We will go with mesh tiles here. We're going to take plumbing. Now we know that the water coming back from this one is always going to be clean water. So we're going to take that into there, and then that's going to go up to there, right? That'll be the way we get that stuff in. Right? Now what we got to do is we got to pump this place out. So that's going to go there. We're going to steal a blob off there at one point and use that pipe to prime the line. Gave its Adrian a tour of the... Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you for doing that, Killer. I really appreciate that. Lower system I don't want on, and this system, and I don't want that system going just yet, but I want all of that built. Power-wise, though, we want these pumps on over here, not those over there just yet. Now we're going to go slow. Now, if we get lucky, it'll pull out the CO2 before it pulls out all the O2, and we will have primed this thing. But if we don't get lucky, we'll have to pump oxygen back in. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, honestly, I'm pretty amazed I pulled that off. I wasn't sure what was going to happen with that one. Like, I just started, and then all of a sudden it was done one day. Micrograms of CO2. Let's get the CO2 out. We are going to snip that, because that one's got all oxygen. Alright, that looks to me like the last of the CO2. Now, that side is primed with O2, right? Okay. As we're working on oxygen solutions, the oxygen is getting better in the base. Gotta love it. Now we gotta pull the same trick with the other side, get everything out of here except the hydrogen. hydrogen in that gas pump. That's exactly what we want in there. Same game. Okay. And the beard stroke is real. So once all the CO2 is gone and we're left with nothing but hydrogen, that side will be primed. I'm trying, Barb. Now we prepared for this because this thing is vacuuming in an X from the lower left tile, so there's a chance it's going to suck the hydrogen out before the carbon dioxide because of the way this airflow tile is positioned. But if that happens, we have an easy setup here to prime it. So. Okay, stroking the beard, vacuuming out and sorting gases. The harder you stroke the beard, the higher the concentration is, right? Come on, CO2. Disappear. Yeah, the hydrogen's going to disappear before the carbon dioxide, most likely. It's fine. I planned for this. Half of this game is waiting for gases to sort and liquids to sort and waiting for vacuums. It's such a patience-related game. We just play the waiting game. $16 micrograms. It's gotta go soon. It's gotta go soon. Okay. Now, the only issue, there doesn't appear to be enough hydrogen to fill the space, so we are going to have to do what I said we were going to do. So we're going to snip this line, because because that's our output line. And then we're going to snip that. And we're going to steal just a piece of hydrogen from there. All right. The electrolyzer setup is primed. Oh, dear God. All right. Yeah, that's good. Above 1 kilo is good. Oh, that's... Okay, so it's at... Send a green signal if it's above 1,000 grams. And it's at 81 grams. Okay. So those pumps are off. Let's say this is below 2 kilos. Nope. Okay. So that should be sending a green signal, right? Let's just test it with one blob of water. Right? And that's dangerous. But working? Right, let's hit them both with some water and see what happens. If it breaks the water... Sweetney is here. Thank you. Thank you. Seems to be working. And they're off because there's more... Oh my God, there's a piece of aluminum in there. I worked so hard to make sure that that didn't happen. Okay. Let's do a shout out for Sweetney real quick. Thank you for being here, Sweetney. Don't know if you were lurking, but here you are. Here's a shout out. Everybody go check out Sweetney. So, I have to decide if I'm willing to let 100 kilos of aluminum stay in there or if we're going to open it up. I mean, priming it wasn't super hard, so getting back in there and getting that out isn't the worst thing. Do we just go in there and get that out? Oh, God. Okay, we're gonna get this out, guys. Yes, Linus, you have food poisoning. I understand. And just a little CO2 got into the system. So, wait, how much? 50 grams. So now we have to do the thing, right? We're going to hook that up. I mean, there are worse things to happen. We're putting more oxygen into our base, right? I hope so. God, I hope so. Okay. Okay. Now, somehow oxygen got into the line over here. Right? Okay. Let's try this again, and let's keep an eye on this because okay. Now, that worked. Now there's the other risk. Set on oxygen. Okay. For now, let's snip that system. Let's go to filtration medium. Let's go sand. Allow manual use. Set that high and let them bring some sand over. We're doing good. Could even slow down this whole thing up here. Yay. Things flashing. We might have to hook this up just for them to actually... Come on, Sweetney. Now we're going to turn manual use off and allow that sand to go in. That is putting sand into deodorizers. There's brine in there. Okay, guys. Okay. That liquid has to come out. Yeah. Okay, that's gonna have to be tomorrow. Nether's problem. I can't handle that right now. We're gonna have to break back in here. Mop up the brine, rebuild everything, and come back in. At least this stuff is doing what I want it to do. Okay, guys. That is where we're gonna call it for the day. I put everything I could into this. It looks like the system we set out to do works. So, well, in theory works. These 5 tiles here aren't gonna get anything because of the brine. So we're going to call it for the day. We're going to hit the save button. I'm going to go get myself some food. Before I do... Oh, wait. Adrian's already on the server. All right. Thank you all. I'm not going to raid today because my brain is paced. And I will see everybody tomorrow at noon. We'll fix these problems, bring this system fully online, and then worry about the next thing we have to do. This is going to help us a lot. So everybody take care and be well.